Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, it is straight up 8 o'clock Eastern time, and takeoff is underway. That's a live shot from this championship Sunday action at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on Lake Oahe in South Dakota. 10 anglers have really put mighty efforts forth to get to this day. 10 only have qualified. One of them will stand as the champion at the end of this day. They are going to be making some of them very long runs over this massive body of water. We'll get to that in just a minute. $100,000, of course, for the first place winner. Points are so important. Angler of the Year points, Progressive Angler of the Year points, and so many more stories working for you today. And Mark Zona, this place has been, to put it mildly, challenging. It's made some of the masters of the universe in smallmouth fishing look lost at some points.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Only 10 anglers left here on Championship Sunday. A big welcome to all of our viewers here on FS1. Had a big day. Yeah, heck, who knows? There could be some folks on the West Coast still up from last night. Banger parties going on out there. But Tommy Sanders, really, if you look at the leaderboard right now, looking at Austin Felix from Minnesota, guys like Matt Robertson looking for their first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Well, they have some massive hurdles. Some of the best smallmouth fishermen really in our country, out of Canada. They're going to have to get over those hurdles to hold that trophy here today.
Well, it has been a struggle for many of them, for each and every one of them at certain points during the course of this tournament. And our leader, Austin Felix, is a man that's got just under a 3-pound lead over the rest of the field. That is huge. Every fish is going to count today. The windows for bites are very small, very short, and it's going to take some management. It's going to take fishing perfectly. You can't lose a big one today, Z.
And really, what we got to see transpire yesterday, late yesterday afternoon with Austin Felix, this top 10 was very tight throughout the morning hours. And when that sun you're looking at to the left-hand side of your screen, when that came out late yesterday morning, that is when we've seen the bigger smallmouth bite here in Oahe. And really the big factor coming into this championship Sunday, we are going to see wind again. Yesterday, light variable all day long. That is not going to be the case. About 9 or 10 in the morning, it is going to shift out of the south, and it will get big on Lake Oahe today.
Well, the wind has certainly confounded everyone in some ways that were not expected, most of the ways that were not expected. But Austin Felix, after a very trying day number one, he only wound up in 34th place, has really put together the best campaign so far. And as a result, he stands in the lead now.
Yeah, and yesterday morning was kind of grimy. A lot of small fish for Austin Felix. He was dividing this area with a couple other anglers. One of those other anglers, Lee Livesey, out of Texas. But later in the day, making big upgrades. And the one thing to really watch this morning, with only 10 anglers left in the field, Austin Felix is going to kind of have free reign of all of these fishing areas. Not a lot of company. A huge day for the Minnesota angler, Austin Felix.
We're kind of going to start off running the same thing we did yesterday, start on the same hole. It's been pretty beat up, but hopefully there's a few scraps left to kind of get our day started. At that point, depending on the wind speed and direction, we'll figure out where we can fish well and see if we can scratch and claw. That late day area that I caught him yesterday, I'm probably going to wait until a little later in the day to get down there again. I just don't think they bite first thing in the morning on that hole, so if nothing else, I'll have something to look forward to all day.
Are the nerves? You feeling calm, feeling good?
I'm all right now. We'll see what happens when I hook that first one.
Austin Felix, former Rookie of the Year, looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. The mighty Missouri River coming out of Montana goes straight through the Dakotas. The South Dakota section of it is Lake Oahe, 230 miles long, 130 miles of it here in South Dakota. That's what we are limited to today. If you want to call those limits, there is more than enough water. It's just finding those special places that's important.
Exactly right. And there's a reason they call Austin Felix the sleepy assassin. It looked like he was going to take a nap right there during the interview. Taking a look at your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, our anglers only fishing on Lake Oahe in South Dakota waters. And really the problem with Oahe, it is so big. We've got about 130 miles, as you said, Tommy, of playing field here. It runs north and south. Whether you get a north wind or a predicted straight south wind, this lake will growl. We got to see that on Friday. Big water, big waves, and a lot of our anglers making big runs, talking 60 to 80 mile one-way runs. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake as you look at our takeoff there at Mobridge, South Dakota.
Mobridge, South Dakota. And of course, the vast majority of our anglers that teed it up here 4 days ago had not competed on Lake Oahe before, so it's been a learning experience for the majority of them. As we look at the weigh-in action from yesterday, Cody Huff, a big day, a big tournament for him. He makes his way into the top 10, former Bassmaster Elite Series champion right there. Brian New hanging in there today. As you say, Z, maybe the biggest bag today is the one that wins.
Yeah, and really to look at the weights that have come in. Seth Fighter catching a big bag yesterday, almost 20 pounds still in the mix. And listening to a lot of the guys in the top 10, this is one of those strange events where every single angler feels like they still have a legitimate chance to hold that trophy. And one angler to keep your eye on here on Championship Sunday, an angler that has raised his weights all week long, is Matt Robertson out of Kentucky. Every single day, he has got slightly bigger.
There's Matt Robertson, 16-1, 17-8, and yesterday 19 pounds even, and there he is, Austin Felix. The leader right now looking super strong. A 3-pound lead is nothing to scoff at this place. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We welcome all of you for our 7 hours of full coverage, 3.5 of them right here on FS1, and we can't wait to tear into this day. It's going to be trying, Ronnie. It's been trying all along. Everything that you thought you could count on, the only thing you can count on is you can't count on it.
Yeah, when we were here in 2018, we only had 3 bags the entire 4-day tournament that broke 20 pounds. Well, on day 1, we had 3 bags. On day 2, we also had 3 bags. So on pace, I mean, it is outperforming the expectations. But yesterday, 0 weights over 20 pounds, but it was the calmest of conditions we've had all week. We're now returning to what practice conditions they had. They had 3 days of south wind. Maybe that will bring some fish into areas that these guys have lacked the last few days with the different weather we've had.
Being Such that this is the next to last tournament of the year, we're going to be talking about Progressive Angler of the Year points a lot.
And our leader, Austin Felix, made a big jump from outside the classic bubble from 46th to 33rd place. He's well inside when we go to the final event. Rookie Cody Huff, very similar. He's in the 30s now. Guys like Chad Pipkins are right there on the bubble, but they've climbed from a little bit outside. So there was some good movement this week.
All right. And Z, but so many times we go to giant places like Okeechobee, Kentucky Lake, and yet the fishermen are concentrated in tiny places. Today, well, they've had to deal with that all week long. Today, only 10 of them. Is that going to help everyone? Is that going to lift all the prospects?
I think somewhere this morning we're still going to see a lot of anglers fishing on top of each other, even though we have, as you said, Tommy, 130 miles of playing field. This lake definitely has fish small. I think the one person besides Matt Robertson, who his weights have gone up, and you obviously look at your leader who has stayed consistent, Austin Felix, coming in to yesterday morning, semifinal Saturday, Chris Johnston from Canada. And if you watch the Bassmaster Elite Series on FS1, any smallmouth tournament, he is a factor, one of the best ever on smallmouth waters. And you could tell yesterday on the stage with Dave Mercer at the weigh-in, Chris Johnston was livid at his performance yesterday on this station. Really kind of watch him today. If there's any angler that can claw out of a hole in a smallmouth event, watch Chris Johnston, for the simple fact that on Friday, when those winds were big early in the morning, Chris Johnston's work was done by 9 o'clock.
Definitely something to keep in mind. He certainly was the Rocco through the first 2 days of competition here, 18, almost 19 pounds each and every one of those days. We're going to get you out to the water right now. These guys, as we said, are going to make long runs, many of them very, very long runs, about as far as you can go with the availability of gas. That's Brian New from Saluda, South Carolina, former winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series, won his very first event he ever teed it up in.
Exactly, taking a look at Brian New right there, running to his area, and pretty much every angler that we're going to be on is fishing deep water. You're talking 15 all the way out. There were some big stringers caught to 50 feet of water yesterday afternoon. Is these spots reloading overnight? We got to see that a lot throughout this tournament. With that being said, though, a lot of these anglers have cracked the code on how to catch them. We're going to see a lot of finesse fishing, very light line, but there is a technique playing here. Carolina rigging, heavy line, and surprisingly, Tommy, that technique shined yesterday in very calm water, high skies. Look for that to play again today.
Well, we've been watching a lot of stories during the course of this tournament. Of course, points, as we mentioned, Progressive Angler of the Year points are huge. Progressive Angler of the Year was Brandon Polinick in charge coming in here, but Brandon Polinick and everyone who's trying to run down someone from far back expects a little cooperation, wants a little cooperation from a leader. Brandon obliged him this time around.
Yeah, this was the worst finish that he's had all season, Tommy. Never been below 26th place. He ends up this event in the 60s, missed the top 47 cut, and we look, he opened up the gap there, but also second and third place, David Mullins and John Cox, they also missed the cut, and they dropped back as well to fourth and fifth. Meanwhile, Brandon Lester snuck in yesterday and was able to gain 10 additional points on Brandon Polinick, and Chris Johnston obviously fishing today. He is maxed out, though, at 602 points if he moves up 2 spots and wins this event. So he'll still have about a 37 to 45 point lead over his next 2 pursuers going to the final event. So he's still got some pad, but it's not a guarantee.
Well, we don't exactly love a runaway going into the final event of the year, so we're maybe a little bit pepped up by this prospect of a final day outcome for Progressive Angler of the Year. Falcon Rod's Rookie of the Year, Bassmaster Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakura did himself a lot of good yesterday.
Jay 100% got almost 20 pounds. Tommy moved way up after having a very tough day 2 in all those conditions. Jay moved up, saved a lot of points, finished this event in 13th place, but his nearest pursuer is now Cody Huff. It had been Jacob Fouts. Cody Huff has made a strong charge the last few events of the season, and in our championship cut today, you know that is the widest the margin will get, 543 to 479. Today, Cody Huff is looking to make up at least a couple points to make it within a realm of possibility next week in La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Get back out on the water and check in on our guys. All of them still running. Of course, it will be a few minutes before they're set up and ready to go. Some of them threatening to make very long runs today. Among them, Matt Robertson.
A lot of anglers really in our top 10 that are going to go for it today. Saved a few areas, maybe 60 to 80 miles away, running down towards the dam, taking a look at it right there, and really looking at Brian Newsweek. Smallmouth have absolutely plagued him the last couple of years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Got a little tutoring, a little coaching from the leader before this event started, Austin Felix, kind of righting the ship in the smallmouth waters. Keep your eye on Brian New here on Championship Sunday.
Well, that's what today is all about, watching the best in the business continue to try to figure out a fishery that's not so familiar to them and one that's thrown them a lot of curveballs during the course of this week. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
What's up, guys? Seth Fighter here. Just got done weighing in day 3 on Oahe. Looks like we're going on day 4. Had a big bag today, and this week I've been doing most of my damage with this little beauty. It's a 3/16 ounce Outcast tackle, perfect net head with a 4-inch scented jerk shad and shiner color from Z-Man. I've been fishing it like a demicky rig and like a Ned rig. I'll let it sit on the bottom and shake it, or just hold it above them and catch suspended ones, or reel it like a swim bait and catch some fish doing that. It's worked real well for me, especially with these fish. They're hard to keep up with. Sometimes they're on the bottom, sometimes they're up high, so this bait's pretty versatile. I can fish it at all depths and just try to get in front of them before they move, and been catching most of my fish this week on it. It's worked out real well.
Bass Pro Shops Top Lures with Seth Fighter, who was our 2021, last year's Bassmaster Progressive Angler of the Year. That title will be assumed by another one of our Elite Series anglers at the end of next week, our final stop. We're in the Northern Swing, which completes our 9 tournaments for the year. We started up in the St. Lawrence River for this swing. And very different atmosphere than this place right here, a very different set of challenges. And now we are letting the best try to get what they can get on this day. Who will catch the most today? Could that be the leader? Can Austin Felix hang on, keep his margin? Matt Robertson, one to watch, as you pointed out. Mark Zona, Chris Johnston, definitely one to watch anytime you're in this part of the country fishing for smallmouth.
Exactly. And if you look at guys like Austin Felix, Matt Robertson, if Matt Robertson won this tournament, it would change the path of his career, would change his life. But there's some big landmines to get around here on Championship Sunday.
You're still, as we say, waiting for our anglers to arrive at their spots. Our show started right at the start of the takeoff. So it's going to be a minute or two before they get set up, but it will come soon enough. So let's play some Striker Daily Trivia. That's a good way to pass the time. Sculptor Gutson Borgia began drilling on the 6,200-foot tall Mount Rushmore in what year? Was that 1907, 1917, 1927, or 1937? One of the big attractions here in this part of South Dakota, one of the big attractions in all of these United States. So, Z, I'm going to let you have a crack at it first.
Easiest one ever. Old man Borgium's kid. He started that in 1917. I'm going B.
All right, Ronnie, you agree?
I was eyeballing that one, but because I have zero clue, I'm going to go C, 1927.
Well, I'm going to go even later than that. I'm going to say 1937.
Ronnie Moore.
Let's go.
Okay.
I have no idea. I performed the best.
Batting 1,000 today. They had to make a scale model, which is about 1/30th the size of that, and do all these measurements in order to build that thing, in order to get these guys up there with the air drills hanging from little window washer platforms to 1927.
Yeah. Took 14 years to build, cost $1 million. $1 million.
I can't remember what childhood movie I watched where they had there's a vault inside of Mount Rushmore and there was a bunch
Escape
of
from
money.
New York. Escape from New York.
Yeah. Richie Rich. Yes, thank you. The producer of the show, Richie Rich. They had a vault inside there. You know, I don't even know if there is or not,
National
but I mean,
treasure.
it sounded good.
All right, let's get back to the fishing here.
Exactly.
Talking about Matt Robertson, looking for his first Elite Series victory. You talked about how important that is to him and to any of our 10 out there today. A couple of them already have victories. Matt Robertson yesterday had a good run early, had a good window.
Yeah, and really one of the things that we talked about here on FS1 on semifinal Saturday, a lot of these anglers doing the same thing, main lake points, really call it from 15 feet out to 30 feet of water in little hard spots, little rock veins on the bottom. But Matt Robertson, one of the anglers, there is submerged wood. There is timber in this lake, and a lot of the big ones that Matt Robertson weighed in throughout this tournament, he has made that submerged timber work. Not catching a lot out of it, but the ones he has put in the boat out of that submerged timber, definitely quality in that area of the lake for Matt Robertson.
Matt Robertson again doing better each and every day. 16-1 on day one, 17-8 on two, and 19 pounds yesterday. Tyler Rivette having his best smallmouth tournament ever. The young man from Southwest Louisiana, Raceland, Louisiana, and Nichols University.
You know, we got to see Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Seth Fighter. And as we talked about this tournament early, is matching the forage, whether it's river herring, Cisco, smelt, small shad, 1.5 to 2 inch shad. But the one thing that's transpired in this tournament, there are crawdad in here. And I know Ronnie's going to talk about it. A Carolina rig with a soft plastic crawdad has been a huge player throughout this tournament for catching better than average size smallmouth. And the best way, if you don't bass fish and you're watching this tournament right now, it's like, there's a plate of wings in front of you with a giant lobster tail in the middle. It's been a big player throughout this event.
Tyler Rivette started in 8th place. Right now, let's take you out on the lake live. Going to Mark Frazier starting this day in 5th place. 20 pounds, 2 ounces on day number 2. Fell off that pace significantly yesterday, but managed to hold his spot in the top 10.
And Mark really equated maybe some of his smallmouth success for people who maybe live in the South that are watching that have not ever fished for smallmouth up north. There are different types of smallmouth and they react a little bit differently than other regions of the country, but Mark, being from Georgia, has spent a lot of time on spotted bass lakes where they're pelagic, meaning they're, offshore, just roaming around, swimming out in the abyss, the main channel of those bodies of water. And he said he spent a lot of time on spotted bass lakes, which has made him a little bit more comfortable just aimlessly wandering around for smallmouth when we come up north. That's why he's only missed one cut in his couple years on the Elite Series. On smallmouth.
Really the weird thing with Mark Frazier this week, catching a big bag, day 2, catching 20 pounds. But if you looked at, yesterday and day number 1, I know Such was talking about it. It seems throughout this tournament, he either catches a giant, a 4 to 5 pounder, or a lot of 12-inch fish. He doesn't seem like he has a lot of those filler, those 3-pound fish that we got to see on day number 3.
Yeah, that's what Matt Robertson has been doing. 3+ is most all of his fish have been right in that range.
Mark Frazier only in his 2nd year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, having a good season here. There's Tyler Yvette. He's set up, ready to go on the right.
A lot of anglers said on the stage yesterday with Dave Mercer, and we talked about at the end of our broadcast, even though these anglers add up their 4-day total, 5 bass a day, it just seems like this is one of those events that whoever in this top 10 catches the biggest bag today have a pretty good shot at winning this tournament.
This has by far been the most topsy-turvy in terms of the, one of the hardest tournaments to get 20 pounds and one of the easiest tournaments to come in with 2 or 3 fish. And so for these guys who have survived and have caught a limit every day, you don't want to take that for granted, because today that might not be the case for some of these anglers.
And what would you think Austin Felix's target weight would be, so somebody would really have to do something extraordinary to beat him? I'm guessing
20.
20.
He's going to have to make someone catch a bigger bag than what he caught on day 2 to beat him.
I think this is one of them we need. He's flat. He choked it. Oh my gosh.
For a lot of our anglers, finesse fishing's been Nico rigs, drop shots, Ned rigs, a lot of Demiki style rigs, bait fish imitations throughout this tournament. And we talk about, that's a big range we talked about, where these anglers are catching them 10 feet all the way out to 50 feet of water. But it seems like the most productive zone, Tommy, has definitely been that 20 to 30 feet of water. Water temps are hovering right around 70 degrees all week here.
He ain't nearly as big as he thought. I'm gonna have to watch that one.
So will be the first fish
I'm gonna go ahead and put
in the live well today for one of our 10 competitors.
Just to underscore what Mark Zona said, so many of our competitors have had their best days getting the job done in the first couple of hours of fishing. So definitely need to keep our eyes peeled. Austin Felix is up and going now.
Yeah, and really the two most obvious bite windows have been early, really the first hour of competition, low light conditions, and when that sun gets up, these points, these main lake points, the smallmouth really set up and they group up, and you'll see, we got to see it yesterday with Taku Ito, got to see it a little bit with Austin Felix late. There's little bite windows where you'll see flurries where they'll absolutely climb on them for about an hour.
And I will say that even the last hour of the day, we saw Austin Felix, like you mentioned, Z, make 2 or 3 key calls to get up to 18-1 yesterday. And then we also saw our day 1 leader, Brandon Card, had 0 all day long. And in that final hour of the day, caught 3 keepers to salvage his day before coming in. So it is weird how right before they have to make a long run in, I mean, on their last cast, a lot of these guys are making an important cast.
Yeah, and looking where Austin Felix is at this morning, that's where he caught his giant stringer on day 2. It's where Lee Livesey caught his big stringer on day 2, and Austin Felix has it all to himself this morning.
You can see looking just about perfect right now. The wind expected to increase some as the day goes on. Beautiful place, very striking. Take a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch right now. It's 64 degrees. Coming up a wind increasing from the current 8 miles an hour from the south-southeast.
Yeah. And that wind right there is going to be a big factor. Looking at your TH Marine Weather Watch here today, it is supposed to come straight out of the south at about 11 a.m. and sustain around 15 to 20. So it's going to get very big today on Lake Oahe.
We'll see what changes that brings about as we have 10 anglers out there giving it everything they've got on this day because the championship is at stake.
What's up, guys? Just got done at Lake Oahe, weighed in 19 pounds, setting towards the top of the leaderboard. And yeah, did most of our damage on a flat-nosed minnow and brownback, and changed it up a little today, throwing a little 4-inch general, wacky rigged on a drop shot, and caught a few on a Carolina rig. But you know, these right here is mostly what got the job done.
Matt Robertson, Berkeley right bait, right time, a man who's associated with giant Kentucky Lake, and this place dwarfs Kentucky Lake, that is for sure. The Bassmaster lead at Lake Oahe.
Yeah, and listen, Matt Robertson is a nutbag. There's no other way to put it.
In the nicest way possible.
In the nicest way possible. He's an odd dude, man. I've spent a lot of time in the boat with little Matty Robertson, but he is absolutely for real. In his wheelhouse, definitely fishing offshore where he cut his teeth, Kentucky and Barkley Lake. He is the real deal when he gets offshore.
Starting this day, 2 pounds and 13 ounces behind our leader, Austin Felix. And Matt Robertson, as we understand, is still on his way to his destination where we'll set up and start fishing. Meanwhile, we're seeing more and more anglers arriving at their spots. One of those, winner of Smallmouth venue for sure back in 2021, St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. Taku Ito, very solid throughout this tournament.
Sorry. Itchy, yeah.
Pretty much all finesse fishing for Taku Ito, throwing a 4-inch shrimp imitation that we talked about it yesterday. He's putting a secret powder, secret seasonings, as he calls them, on that bait.
I got word last night from a fan, Mike Simon, who got some powder. I don't know where it was available for purchase or if he stole it from his boat. I'm not sure.
Right.
I don't even know if this powder is the actual same powder Taku Ito uses, but he said it was Taku's seasoning, Taku's powder. He said it does not turn to a gel on the bait. It actually stays on the bait very well, and it's very, very strong bait fish imitating smell. Like it must be from the source natural because it is strong.
Secret powder. Taku Ito.
Powder.
Bassmaster Live, Lake Oahe. From there, we're going to go to your day 3 leader, Austin Felix, looking for his first keeper of the day.
He was swimming with it forever. It's so small, I never felt it, but.
Heard Austin Felix make the comment that fish was swimming with it for a long time. It's one that Austin may not want to hang on to that one. Don't want to cure a dead fish penalty.
12 inches is the length limit for bass here, most of which will most likely be smallmouth bass during the course of this day.
Unless you're Rick Klein, who caught smallmouth 2 of the 3, or I mean largemouth 2 of the 3.
He won the largemouth division.
Said he lost one yesterday. Same cast, he caught a largemouth day 2. He went back there, made that same cast, and lost one, and he assumed that one was a largemouth as well.
Baby guy.
A leader on the board.
Placeholder for now.
Back to Taku Ito.
And we got to see a big flurry with him yesterday, right around 10 a.m. Taku Ito was catching one about every single cast.
You notice what he just did right there? Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Dropping his bait right over the side of the boat, fishing vertical.
Okay. Oh yes. Oh yes. Big one. Oh yeah. Yes.
That is a good one right there. One of the ones you want to take to the live well.
I forget.
Weigh in.
I forget that.
Both. You're right. You're right.
But exactly.
He did one of half of it. He's
took
done
it to the
already.
live. Yep. Just to wait 8 hours.
All over the map. Just all over the board today.
You okay? Oh yeah. Big one.
Pretty much ahead of his schedule yesterday, weight-wise.
Yeah, we had a lot of clouds yesterday morning that kind of had a lot of these smallmouth roaming, not grouped up, and right when those clouds broke, This lake turned on fire. Look for that to happen earlier today.
Taku, one of 5 in our top 10 who have already notched a Bassmaster Elite Series level victory. Let's go back to Austin Felix, former Rookie of the Year, looking for his first.
There's a couple guys here that will probably break their best career finish. Felix's best Elite Series finish is a 4th on Santee Cooper in the fall 2020. He was fishing offshore when everyone else wasn't. And then also Tyler Rivette's best career Elite is a 6th, and he has a chance to break that today.
There's a little guy. Gotta start somewhere, I guess.
Boy, those are not big ones, but I guarantee you that just little 12-inch keepers calms the nerves for your leader, Austin Felix.
Said yesterday, I'll have this place to myself. There may only be some scraps left, but I might be able to scrap together enough.
Those are feel-good fish. Not really what he needs, but settle you down a little bit.
Yeah.
We got 2 for 2 pounds.
Like you said, 2 for 2 pounds. Austin Felix, though, still with that lead right now, and Taku Ito
Extended the lead as well. That's just 2 pounds. Well, that's just a 5-pound lead, bigger than we've seen from anyone else this week.
As it goes on down the list, those 10 anglers out there today, some of them still on the move. Some of them still trying to get to their spots now. We'll pick up all of them eventually during the course of the day. That's the hope anyway. Take a break and be right back.
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Hello, I'm Taku Ito. I'm from Japan.
Wow, maybe 105 pounder.
Junior high school, I started watching Bassmaster and the U.S. tournament movie. A long time, my dream, Bassmaster Elite. I want to go to the U.S. I want to go to U.S. So I'm so very, very excited.
Taku Ito, forever, is a Bassmaster Elite Series champion.
Only took him a couple of years to notch his first Bassmaster Elite Series trophy. Did it on smallmouth, and that's what we're working on today. And right now, as it stands, Taku Ito has taken over the lead so far with 4 fish in the live well.
What's absolutely amazing, Mark Zona, is that Taku Ito came over here from Japan, qualified through the Opens, had never specifically fished for smallmouth, and ended up, it took 2 years before he missed his first top 10 on smallmouth, and now he is, I mean, no doubt one of the best at doing this. It's crazy how he's cut the hardest learning curve, you know, down to just days to do it.
And we talked about it earlier in this event, right? Ronnie, as you know, I tend to live on smallmouth waters, and I see this guy all the time now. When he is not in a tournament, he is chasing smallmouth bass. And interesting, that bait that he's using, Ronnie, I know you're going to show it on the screen of knowledge. We got a little bit of info from one of our friends, Chris Zaldane, another smallmouth powerhouse on the Elite Series. He feels that 4-inch shrimp mimics grasshoppers here on Lake Oahe because there was a ton of grasshoppers in Zaldane's live well.
Really?
Listen, I don't see grasshoppers out in 20 to 30 feet of water ever, but that's a really interesting note that we got.
But then again, we have seen smallmouth this week come out of really deep water and then jump to the surface just to suspend, like Drew Cook was talking about, just at the boat. Just it's wild. Maybe that's true, maybe not.
There are things that we have seen in this tournament that we do not see in other smallmouth events.
From our leader back out to Mark Frazier, first on the board today with a 2-pounder earlier.
This is a good one. If he stays on.
Well, they're biting a lot better today with no cloud cover compared to yesterday morning.
Another 2-pounder.
Maybe a little bigger than his first one. Got him in 3rd place, though. Let's get out to our leader from day number 2, Chris Johnston.
Actually feels like he's got some weight. Might surprise me a bit. This one was in 17. He pretty well came to the surface as soon as my bait hit the water. Pretty decent one, I think. Not giant. Not bad, though. A little shallower in 13. This would be a bonus one.
And that is one thing. There is a common theme with that grasshopper deal. There's been a lot of fish in 15 to 25 feet of water, like you were talking about, Ronnie, that are right under the surface. A lot of these guys said when they throw out, when they'd mark them on their front-facing sonar, they would catch them 6 inches under the surface.
Pulling like a big one. What do we got here?
Boy, you can't. You could see on Chris Johnston's face at the weigh-in yesterday, he was mad that he gave up that lead.
Got 6-pound test on, so there's no horse in these ones, and these fish bulldog like crazy. Looks pretty decent down there. Not a giant. Ah, come here, buddy. Long and skinny. Thank you. Nice little bonus one. Stopped kind of on the way to where we're going. Fish number 1. Thought he wasn't gonna bite. I'd almost given up on him.
We're gonna bump Chris Johnston up into 3rd place. Just ahead of Mark Frazier. And as he says, that's a bonus. A little bit of a leg up there. Back to Austin Felix.
That feels better. We're looking for it.
decent one.
small
He's so strong, it just never ceases to amaze me. I can't pull on him. He just... Where are you going? It's a little better one.
Water, mostly main lake points. Hard bottom. Small little clusters of gravel and rock. In this key area right here where he caught that giant stringer on day 2, he said one of the keys to that spot, lots of bait balls, small shad. He felt that those bait balls would move through the area and it would constantly replenish itself through the day.
Another angler in our top 10 who's still probably running to a spot as Taku Ito hooks up. Patrick Walters said from practice to the tournament, there have been so many more fish show up to his areas, like you were mentioning, just coming into these places.
Yeah.
No. Number 4. Okay, let's go. Is it number 4? Oh yeah.
4 fish just unofficially under 10 pounds, just under 10 pounds for Taku Ito. The morning bite is there for many of our players on this day. That's good news. Conditions, you never know exactly what to expect, how the conditions are going to affect.
What is going on there? That is an awesome sculpt. That is phenomenal.
I told you
Cowboy riding a walleye.
Cowboy on a walleye.
Who has not seen a cowboy riding a walleye?
Austin Felix on top now, doing his job, staying ahead of the crowd. Taku Ito offered him the most resistance so far. Chris Johnston with one in the box now. A bonus, he calls it. Matt Robertson may still be running. Hopefully we'll catch up with Matt Robertson sooner rather than later. So we are well underway. The battle is on for the championship here at Lake Oahe. Saturday on Fox, the Big Ten goes to Ireland, where Ramir Johnson leads the Huskers against the Wildcats. It's the Aer Lingus College Football Classic, Saturday at noon Eastern on Fox. We get some good fish catching going on early. Just stepped out of the first hour of fishing here.
That kind of looked like Z-Train right there if he wore a cowboy hat.
I mean,
it looked like it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
I used to be the whole part back about 25 years ago.
Line dancing and everything, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Back to Mark Frazier, two pounders thereabouts in the boat. Number 3, the keeps. Keeper number 3 from Mark Frazier.
Yeah, having the best morning so far of anybody.
Solid start. Let's get back to our leader, Austin Felix.
Golly, come here. Yeah, that's what we need. 4 of those. 4 more of those. And Matty Robertson can talk all the trash he wants.
Ooh. Oh boy.
Ain't gonna do no good for him.
And Tommy, Matt Robertson did make the comment, Austin Felix will not beat me here on Championship Sunday. He said that after the weigh-in. That's in such a gentlemanly sport.
Well, I don't know. That's bold talk.
Hey,
Cowboys and whatnot.
Yes.
Matt also has a reputation of saying that he's going to beat every elite angler in a wrestling competition, but he's lost all of those as well, so we're not so sure, you know.
Wait, he lost all of those? He's been boasting about them.
Painfully strange and awkward.
We will be getting to Matt Robertson, I'm assuming, before too much more time has passed. Again, he threatened to make a long, long run. Everybody's putting everything on the table on this day. Loving the action, loving the fish catching today. Let's bring in someone else we love. It's our colleague, Davey Hite, the one and only Davey Hite standing by. And Davey, the sun is shining as opposed to yesterday. And many of our guys are catching them. The world is looking good at this point right now.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. And it is a beautiful morning here. The sun is up. I think that's what slowed things down big time yesterday for at least the first 3 or 4 hours of the day. The wind has turned also. We've got a south wind, and as big as this lake is and as far as it stretches over 100 miles that these anglers can fish, the wind direction has got to play a big, big factor. So hopefully that southern wind will make things a little better. It's supposed to warm up today to almost 90 degrees, but just the direction of the wind and the current change hopefully is going to help, and it looks like it this morning looking at these catches.
Davey, if you can kind of break down, usually when you have high skies and light winds like we got to see yesterday afternoon, we've seen a lot of and heard from a lot of anglers looking at our B&W trailer hitches on the line with Davey Hite, is you hear guys downscale get really finessey, 5 and 6 pound line, very little baits. Yet yesterday, and we've seen this on a few different lakes, yesterday when it got slick, calm, and sunny, it was heavy line, artillery, Carolina rigs, bigger baits, bigger line. Kind of break that down and give us your opinion on that.
Well, the first thing that really jumps out to me, talking about the smaller line, there's a couple advantages with using smaller line. Number one is line diameter. You can fish your bait a lot better. You can fish a finesse type bait, give it a lot more action with that lighter line. But then you also have the visibility factor. But the water is not super clear here like it is on a lot of smallmouth fisheries. In fact, on around Mobridge is stained compared to a lot of the smallmouth fisheries that we go to. But here's the big thing this week. Guys aren't getting 20 bites a day like they did at Thousand Islands at the St. Lawrence River. They're getting 3 to 5, maybe 7 or 8. The guys that are really doing well, the guys that are in the top 10 today. Being able to put those bigger fish in the boat has been the key here. That heavier line and the being able to put those fish in the boat and not losing those fish on the light line has absolutely been the big key here this week.
We'll be watching that, Davey, for sure. Thank you for that good info. Davey Hite and Dave Mercer will be taking over our coverage on location there, maybe near the walleye guy before too long.
I can't get my eyes off the cowboy riding the metal walleye.
Fantastic
it's so awesome.
Sculptor John Lopez, and he has them across the country from California to New York. Items like that, his Western art.
drive by Such's house next week and see a wall
These ones
in
are
the front
done.
yard.
You betcha.
Maybe I can get, there's 3. Maybe I can get a couple of them. Because they're following them. This one's not big though. Get this one off quick. Come on, buddy. Ow. Thought I let him have it a little too long.
Chris Johnston having a great season. There's no doubt about that. And now that our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race has tightened up a little bit, it gives people fuel for thinking what might be. Could it be our move of the day?
Well, actually, that doesn't make much sense. It's more the Mercury move of the week, fair to say, coming into this tournament. It was Brandon Polinick, John Cox, and David Mullins. And the Mercury move of the day is, look, going into our final tournament next week on the Mississippi River, you look at guys like Brandon Lester, look at Chris Johnston, still with a shot. Their first Angler of the Year title, but they're going to have to fight off a big one. Brandon Polinick, he has already won that title once, but your Mercury move of the day, of the week, Chris Johnston.
Tommy, he cut the lead from 110 that he was behind, 110 to now it could be 45 points leaving today. So half the work's done today, half next week for Chris Johnston.
Boy, next week is looming large. Coming up on the upper Mississippi River where it will all be settled. We're going to settle things here at Oahe today, but we're a long way from that point. Be right back. Well, tonight, 2 of the league's most electrifying teams take center stage as the Ravens take on the Cardinals in an NFL preseason showcase tonight at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Yeah, Ronnie, get ready for that. Enjoy your showcase time. The season's actually going to start before too long.
Yeah, exactly. We need to see something from our little guy under center and make sure he does his deal this year. You know,
You're a Cardinals fan. We should.
Yes, we're a Cardinals fan. Cardinals fan. You know, I gotta make sure we're up to snuff for 6 games without D-Hop.
It is a little bit of a loose wire, loose cannon last year. Your quarterback over. Tommy, way too early. Super Bowl prediction champion. Going with the Chargers, bud. I'm going full. I'm all
with
in.
You. I'm with you. I'm totally with you. Let's get out on the water to Mark Frazier.
They might not even make the playoffs, Z.
Back out of the water right now, Mark Frazier. Solid morning.
Yep.
No answer.
I mean, well, it's just, you know.
Here.
Mark Frazier. Seemed a little down on the weigh-in stage yesterday, having to make up a deficit on Austin Felix, and Mercer kind of coached him up a little. Said, "Hey, bud, you're still in this."
I'll put him in the box. He might be. I might have 4 good ones and.
Well, Mark had a period yesterday where he just caught a depressing amount of very, very small fish.
Yes.
I think that kind of would get anybody down.
It was depressing. Bunch of 12.5-inch fish and anchored by some good ones, though. He had a couple, 3 and a 4-pounder. Back over to Austin Felix, taking a look at your Humminbird bird's eye view. As we talked about all week long, main lake points, 20 to 30 feet of water. Looking at that Humminbird bird's eye view. Small rock clusters on the tips of all these points. And as Austin Felix said, he was not able to get in on this spot on day 1. Got to see Josh Douglas catch a big bag here day one, but earlier boat flight on day number 2, that's where he did all of his damage with the biggest bag of the tournament, over 23 pounds for Austin Felix. And it's your Humminbird bird's eye view so far, and really Austin Felix said the key to that spot.
One nice one. 4 fish in the boat.
8 balls moving through, and a lot of those wolf packs would follow.
4 fish every day for a while. So hopefully we can remedy that soon. We got one solid, probably 3.5 pounder, 1, 2, and then 2 just 12.5 inches. So still got a lot of work to do, but I'm still seeing fish out there. Kind of just following stuff around. I'll probably give it a little bit more time, at least another half hour. And yeah, see where we have to go from there.
Hear Austin Felix say that he's going to give this starting spot about another half hour, and he has a lot in the well down towards the 212 bridge. As far as he has a lot of other spots that definitely, they don't have a lot of fish, but they have quality.
That's a little one. Might be number 5 though. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, he's 12.25 inches. Gonna have to get rid of him quick. See how these guys are doing. He's doing good. Only got 5. Ain't much to him on it. Still 5. Ooh.
Austin Felix very happy to be here in the top 10 today. The last 2 tournaments, he has missed this 10 cut for Championship Sunday by 1 spot.
Bad spot. It's hanging.
Twice in a row. It's kind of hard to do.
You know, and we talk about Austin Felix having to beat some of the best smallmouth fishermen on the Elite Series: Chris Johnston, Seth Fighter, Taku Ito, Patrick Walters. Austin Felix doesn't have a victory on the Elite Series, but he is up there with the smallmouth anglers on this tour. Coming from Minnesota, he knows what's up.
This is his 4th finish 11th or better this year. Like you mentioned, the 2 11ths coming into this event.
Started good, yeah.
He had a 6th place at the St. John's, but immediately had a terrible finish at the Harris Chain, dropped down from 6th in Angler of the Year to the 30s or 40s, I believe, continued to fall at Santee Cooper in Lake Chickamauga, and I think at the lowest point in his season, he had gotten down to 75th or 80th place in our points race.
After 88th at Lake Fork.
And then I think
75th round.
75th in Angler of the Year, and then obviously has moved up ever since then to now be inside the Classic. What a up and down year he's had. Strong ending though.
One of the anglers have made a big push to get into this top 10 after having mixed results over the first 2 days. With Seth Fighter, a great day on day number 3, and this is our first look at Seth. Still, I guess you could say, our reigning Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year with 2021 champion.
A lot of work yesterday with the Carolina rig for Seth Fighter. 30 to 50 feet of water, and this is a big school of bass. 40 to 60 bass, Seth said he saw on his depth finder yesterday.
Sorry. One, not big, but we'll take them. On the board, 2 pounder. Not the ones we need, but we got one to bite. He took a poop on me. Let him chew on it a little bit. Old school drifting. Nice of them.
Seth with 15 pounds and almost 16 pounds on day one, dropped down to 13 and a quarter on day two. But yesterday, 19 pounds, 5 ounces, one of the better bags of the day. I think it was the second best bag overall of the day.
Tommy, I have to point out the obvious. Matt Robertson really talking a lot of trash to your leader, Austin Felix, coming into this morning. Hey, look, if you're going to talk trash, you can't be throwing up a 0 2 hours in.
No, come on.
Can't do that, man. I'm just stating the obvious.
Little blue wing tail right there. Look at him. Out here in the ocean.
Yeah. This time of year, you could see a lot of the anglers starting to focus a little more on hunting, Tommy.
You didn't?
That's also a common theme.
We're never going to get a limit now.
Yes.
A lot of guys at the weigh-in were asking to be taken out up there to go hunting in that neck of the woods.
There's been some honkers loafing on this point right here. They might come in later today, too. Sorry, I'm all up in here. Sorry, that was uncomfortable.
Tyler Vet was going to start a deer removal company.
He basically invited himself to anyone's property that was willing to have him, before.
You don't ask, you don't get.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. He even wrote it on his hand so he wouldn't forget when he walked to the stage. That's how eager he is to shoot something.
Austin Felix has got the lead right now, right where he started his day. In fact, he's extended it by about double right now over Taku Ito. Mark Frazier having a good morning. We saw Chris Johnston with a couple in the boat so far. Still looking for Matt Robertson, the likes of Cody Huff, Patrick Walters, Brian New. Plenty more fishing on the way on Championship Sunday. We will be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome into our on-location coverage here in Mobridge, South Dakota. The second last Championship Sunday of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series in South Dakota. And as we talked about yesterday, South Dakota often referred to as the land of infinite variety, and we have had variety here this week. A new leader every single day, new conditions every single day. But our day 3 leader, Austin Felix, topped the leaderboard with 64 pounds, 10 ounces. Trying to chase him down in search of Smallmouth Disneyland is Taku Ito, Mark Frazier, Chris Johnston, and a myriad of smallmouth assassins in that top 10 shooting it out for the 8th Elite Series title of the season. And as I said, second last Championship Sunday. Hard to believe it's all winding down to this, but I couldn't think of anybody better to stand beside the Bassmaster Classic champion, 2-time Angler of the Year, and Bass Fishing Hall of Famer Davey Hite. And man, today feels wonderful, but a south wind. We went from north wind to no wind to now a south wind, and it's really comfortable out here, and it looks like they're catching them.
Yeah, they're catching a lot better today, Dave, than they were yesterday morning. And we thought that maybe the clouds and actually a good bit of fog early yesterday morning was really slowing down the bite, and it absolutely was. It's a lot better today, and we've seen some catches, but Austin Felix is not letting up. Matt Robertson caught a little smack this morning and said, "You will not beat me today," but he's in Austin's head because he's mentioned his name several times. He said he is not going to beat me. So it'll be interesting the way all this works out. Matt Robertson making a lot longer run, so Austin was able to put a couple of those fish in the boat while he was trying to get to his first starting spot.
being here for over a decade, you think you've seen everything at Championship Sunday Takeoff. If anybody can have a special day, I'm saying Seth Fighter. He literally bear-pawed a 3-pound smallmouth. There's a smallmouth beside his boat. He reached down, bear-pawed it, and caught it with his bare hands, held it up, said, boys, I'm 3 pounds ahead. Let it go, obviously, because it was before takeoff. But, man, I've never seen somebody bear-paw a smallmouth bass. And Mark Frazier was a little down and out on the stage yesterday about his luck, but he was very positive this morning. And, man, what a career this former San Francisco Giant draft pick has had. Like 2 years on the Elite Series, and man, I'm very impressed, Davey Hite.
Very impressed, and here he's hooked up right now.
Obviously, Mark Frazier, brother of Micah Frazier. Another brother combo on the Elite Series. From Mark Frazier, let's make a move right now to the man who bear-pawed a smallmouth bass. I mean, untypical Seth Fighter fashion, nonchalant, just, yeah, got one.
He's got one now, too, the traditional way.
Good one.
Seth Fighter with a good day yesterday, 19 pounds, got him in the top 10.
Stay on, baby.
I know we say this often, Dave, but I really think anyone in the top 10 could win today.
Keep coming up.
Someone to catch a 23, 24-pound string.
Yeah. Look at there.
A lot of the people watching, I mean, you see one angler with a spinning rod and drop shot. That's what we see a lot of on these traditional smallmouth fisheries, but there's a good number of our top 10 that have caught a lot of their fish on the Carolina rig using a bait caster, heavy line, heavy weight. It's still a technique that you can't overlook when you're around smallmouth bass.
Come on.
And he's not in our top 10, but represented strongly in our top 10 is Lee Livesey.
Yes.
He put Seth Fighter onto that, and our tournament leader, Austin Felix. You know, his big bag on day number 2, the VMC Monster Bag of the tournament, came on that rig.
That was the first one I've had hooked like that.
Good.
Like, yeah, where he's keeping my hook. I just missed too many yesterday to, like, not jack with it.
Seth Fighter getting the right kind there today. A much more nimble day, a little bit of wind from the south, but a lot of anglers with their eye on this prize, and that is a scary character right there. Chris Johnston, you put him in the top 10, especially in the smallmouth event. I don't care how far he's back.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason I said I think any one of our top 10 could win today. Number one is the lake has been inconsistent, but then when you throw a Chris Johnston kind of in the middle of the top 10, you certainly can't count him out.
Come on, baby, be a bass. I almost didn't even throw at this blob because it was so big. It's gotta be it. Oh yeah. That's what we're after.
Wow.
Come on. I think I saw one or two more then.
It's definitely what we're after.
Really shocked when this one bit.
Chris Johnston is circling.
Just because I didn't think it was a bass. Come on, baby. Oh, look at them all with them. Oh, never mind. There's one down there. This one's got some meat. Oh, that's a big one. Come on, play nice. Gotcha. That's what we're after. 4 more of those beauties. That's a good one.
Good job.
I've
not
really
saying
been
he's
changing it up.
Glass half empty
that
kind
one
of guy,
came on a
because
stick
he's
one,
not.
to be
But when you hear Chris Johnston say that's what we're after, beauty, I mean, he's caught a 10 million smallmouth in his young career.
Most of them
You
are
start
coming on
thinking,
drop
yeah,
shot.
I got a chance. You know, when you put those fish that size in the boat.
One right now, sorry. He was real tight to bottom.
Look back at that fish right there, and as he said, that's the right kind.
Yes.
Those are the ones he's after. That'll be his 3rd fish of the day, but in his eyes, I think that's fish number 1. He knows
Yes.
he needs 4 more just like it.
I really think, I'm not just saying this to try to build the drama up, but the conditions we have today, and we thought that yesterday, but the clouds just were around so long that it really affected the weights. But I really think today we have a great opportunity of seeing another stringer like Austin Felix weighed in on day 2, a 23-pound, possibly 24-pound stringer.
Chris Johnston would love that to be him. Becoming 2-time Elite
This one's
Series
got some
champion.
meat.
And the first Canadian to win 2. Hooked up again.
Oh, that's a big one.
Oh, boy.
Come on, play nice.
Another big one.
Gotcha. That's what we're after. 4 more of those beauties. That's a good one.
Good job.
Well, I guess that's not another one, Davey Hite. And
I've
with
really
that,
been
the
changing
entire
up.
nation of Canada is yelling at the
that one came on
TV
a stick
screen.
worm, to be honest. Between the CJ Smasher, the stick worm for that one, and most of them are coming on a drop shot. I think I see one right now, sorry. He was real tight to bottom.
Really nice of Chris Johnston to give us our Bass Pro Shops top lures breakdown there of how he's
That
catching
blob
them.
was just sitting on bottom, and oh, I got one following it. See them right there? I actually haven't made it to what I call the best area. I stopped a little short, and that's where I'm seeing these fish. This is where I caught all my weight basically on day 1 and 2. Lost my worm on that one.
See, a couple fish there on his graph right there.
Chris Johnston was the day 2 leader in this event. We've had a new leader every single day of the event, new conditions every single day of this event. But we're a few short hours away from crowning our 8th Elite Series champion of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series. Atop the leaderboard, a former Elite Series Rookie of the Year trying to chase down his very first title. Austin Felix has dreamed of being an Elite Series champion his whole life, and maybe today's that day.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Welcome back to the Great Plains of South Dakota, where this incredible Missouri River has set up for the stop of our 8th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series on Lake Oahe. What a giant fishery, and it has shown out in a big way this week. But it's been very difficult for a lot of our anglers to adjust. You look at the leaderboard. We went into this event with about 5 anglers that had made every day 3 cut. We're leaving here with just 1 angler that has made every day 3 cut, and that is Brandon Lester. And for the first time this year, our leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points did not make the weekend. But speaking of Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, let's get out on the water with a reigning and defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And never mind this week, I can't wait to see what lacrosse is like. Fighter has some crazy fans in that part of the world, and it's going to be a lot of fun next week. Be even more fun if he rolls in there with a trophy.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. A lot of history there. Certainly expect to see him have a good event there.
That's pretty good.
Yep. This looks to be a good one.
Yes, yes.
Get your head up, get your head up. Yes, sir.
Just all the difference in the world being able to put a lot of pressure on those fish with heavier line using the Carolina rig, a bait caster.
Yes, sir. Boat flips all day.
And the landing percentage is just so good. You have just a hook in the fish's mouth and not weight from the bait itself or lead head on a tube or a jig.
Where you been all morning?
I don't want to tail our way with it. Sorry, I didn't give you much more warning on the bite. They all drinking beers already? Oh, yeah.
Speaking of some Seth Fighter fans, I think we got a boat full of them right there, Dave.
You see, Seth Fighter, you're bound to see a festival of people, let's say. But one thing we have seen a lot of this week is weather. And let's have a look at Fox weather right now with Craig Herrera.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Craig Herrera, and this is the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite Series forecast. Looking at the weather out on Lake Oahe in Mobridge, South Dakota for the weekend. Another hot one, plenty of sunshine. Look at the highs, right about 90 degrees or so. Good news is we've got some low humidity. The water temperatures are right into the high 60s, which is great for catching some hogs out there. Our pros should definitely keep an eye out, though, because we will have some high winds at times. Hey, remember, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV devices.
Great stuff from Craig Herrera. I hope that doesn't mean we got to start wearing suits around here, Davey.
Let's hope not.
Over to Chris Johnston, hooked up again.
Keep. Oh, he's not so little.
Another big one. Fishing's a lot better this morning than yesterday morning.
Get this one in.
Because of the weather.
Come on, baby.
Change in weather.
Solid one. We haven't even got to where I caught them the first 2 days. Maybe they moved or they're loaded. Come here, buddy. Nice fat one. Get in here. All right. This time around.
Big difference here in using 6-pound test versus using 15-pound test. You have to take your time with these fish on light line. Beautiful fish.
A bit of a deficit to make up coming into today, but man, he is chipping away at that.
All right. Thank you. Don't stop there.
Chris Johnston, who's obviously having a great morning. Let's move over to Mark Frazier, a sophomore season here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Wow. The average size of these fish this morning are a lot better than yesterday.
Look at that. Some came off yesterday.
Fish had another bait in his mouth and line. Mark was able to get out. Actually did that fish a favor by catching him and take him in and take care of him.
Yeah. That fish right there was one of those stories you heard on stage.
Yes.
Oh, I had a giant on it. It broke me off. Well,
also one of those stories about I had to drop down a 6-pound test to get bites.
They are catching him here this morning. We've been waiting for them to fire, and they are firing, and that leaderboard is tightening up. It is early here on semifinal, our championship Sunday. I'm all excited and messed up here this morning.
Chris Johnston making them move big time.
Chris Johnston's putting the pressure on Austin Felix, but he's still on top of the leaderboard trying to chase down his first Elite Series victory. in just his 3rd year on the tour.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to the Great Plains of South Dakota in Mobridge, South Dakota, the second time the Elite Series visits this incredible fishery, Lake Oahe. We're back here in 2018, and we return this time for the 8th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Started with 90 anglers, only 10 remain, and let's get caught up with what has been happening on the water here today with your Yamaha midday report. Started off with your reigning and defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, the amazing fighter man, Seth Fighter.
You definitely have to keep your eyes on Seth Fighter, the defending Angler of the Year from last year, but also having a great year, especially the last few tournaments for Seth Fighter, and especially yesterday, Seth Fighter bringing in 19 pounds to the scales, what got him in the top 10. So you always have to keep an eye on Seth Fighter. He's off to a good start today, catching most of his fish that he has brought to the scales on a Carolina rig. A little unusual. We were used to seeing Seth Fighter with a drop shot in his hand, but getting work done today with a Carolina rig.
Those smallmouth aren't near as tough with that heavy line and bait casting setup. Now over to Taku Ito.
Takumi can swing those fish in now, even on his spinning tackle. A very different angler than we saw his first year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He would have taken about 27 minutes to land that 3-pound smallmouth. But man, he's been a joy to watch. He always is a joy to watch. Light finesse tactics, using his electronics to perfection. Taku Ito is always someone that seems like we're going to have a camera with him on Championship Sunday if it's a smallmouth event.
Taku Ito hasn't been on the Elite Series for very long, and neither is Mark Frazier. His second season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but getting pretty accustomed to seeing him on the weekends.
We really are. Mark Frazier, young career, as you mentioned, Dave, just second year out here, but has had a lot of good finishes, and only 2 years on the Elite Series, fishing on another Championship Sunday for Mark Frazier. A good job. He hasn't been catching as many fish as some of these other anglers, but I have not personally seen him put a small fish in the boat. They all seem to be the 2.5 to about 4-pound fish, and that's exactly why he's here today.
Mark Frazier trying to get that first Elite Series title, but here's the first Canadian to ever win an Elite Series event, Chris Johnston, and maybe the scariest guy in the top 10.
Yeah, I mentioned about Taku Ito being someone you almost expect to see in the top 10 in a smallmouth event. Well, this guy is absolutely someone you expect to see on Championship Sunday in a smallmouth event. We've seen him time and time again with only one trophy. It's really surprising to me, but he got a great shot to win his second Elite Series trophy here today, making a strong push forward here this morning. With only 4 fish in the boat, his last 2 have been like this, the ones that really make a big difference here. 4 fish in the boat so far this morning, only 2 pounds and 4 ounces back of Austin Felix.
Austin Felix, he is your day 3 leader, a former Elite Series Rookie of the Year. And man, he would love to hold that title here today.
Austin Felix described himself as just not necessarily a guy that swings for the fence, but a consistent angler, and we've seen that. He was Rookie of the Year the first year he was out here. He has not won an Elite Series event yet. Best opportunity of his young career. Today, he has a lead, and I'll be honest with you, Dave, he has been very calm, cool, and collect throughout this event, and he was this morning, even though Matt Robertson was talking a little trash to him. But Austin Felix catching his fish, a lot of them also on a Carolina rig, but we'll see. It's going to be very interesting this afternoon.
Now let's get back out on the water live with your reigning and defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, the amazing fighter man, Seth Fighter. Oh, boy.
Oh, no, that's not him. That is not him.
Oh, boy.
You said he had a lot of crazy fans.
Just when you thought fishing was a respectable sport, along come the fighter fans.
Oh, geez.
That is the much talked about Stars and Stripes Speedo.
Oh, geez.
That Matt Robertson threatened to wear. And that is not Matt Robertson, but I'm kind of glad to know it's not on Matt Robertson right now. Some things you don't need to see.
I'm not seeing that today. Seen one group of them, and they were way down there. Yeah. But I caught one right where we caught them. But the only group I seen them was like way off the edge over there. Like 3 of them hit the Demiki rig and not get it. Just come up, just tick it. No, I'm just gonna throw a Carolina rig and force feed them. Where at?
A good morning for Seth Fighter. Great start to things, and as he said, I'm going to force feed him that Carolina rig.
Yeah, Carolina rig. I don't know why it gets such a bad rap. They bring those fish to the scales just as proudly as they would on any other bait that they might catch it on.
I don't think Taku Ito is throwing a Carolina
I have
rig.
not seen him with a Carolina rig.
Oh no. Not big. Too much power. Okay. I think a 12. It's gonna be keeper. Good hook. Oh yeah. Another 5. Cutie bass.
Gotta fill up Taku Ito's limit. Okay. No one for catching munches and bunches. When he catches one, he knows how to capitalize, and that makes him our VMC on point. And look at that fast flurry, Davey Hite.
Yeah, a lot better day today for Taku Ito. Yesterday at this time, and that's why he is our VMC on point. Yesterday at this time, Taku Ito did not have a fish in the boat, so a lot better start for him this morning. A couple of those fish that he hopes to cull, no doubt about it. But that 3-pound 10-ounce and the 3-pound 8-ounce, he will probably bring those to the scale, but a lot better start. You just can't overemphasize how much better it is today for him than it was yesterday. He didn't catch his first fish yesterday until about 10:30, so he's way ahead of schedule.
If that doesn't show you how quick it can happen here, and I know 2 of those are smaller, but that flurry, 6 minutes long. So as long as there's 6 minutes, anybody's got a shot at this title.
Yes.
And as I said, often emotionless, but never fishless. This guy, Chris Johnston, has literally been and hooked up again.
A little more action today than yesterday, though. I haven't even, to be honest, got to where I caught them day 1 or 2. Maybe they moved. That's why I didn't catch them yesterday. This one's fighting pretty hard for a little one. I thought I saw him, though. Not horrible.
Johnson only unofficially 2 pounds 4 ounces behind the leader, so this will make up some of that ground.
Still with 4, correct?
Still with 4.
This would be number 5.
So all of it to the bottom line.
Well, it's not bad at all.
Could take the lead, actually. He's acting like it's a little bigger than he thought before.
Decent one, get in the boat. Come on, buddy. threw him at the side of the boat. Make sure he's really hooked good. Oops, sorry, buddy. It's an okay one. It's an upgrade.
Say that fish is over 2-4. Definitely say that'll give him the lead.
Let's see what this one.
A lot of action on the water here this morning. By far our best morning of competition. And what better morning to have it happen? My favorite day of the week, Championship Sunday, the 8th Championship Sunday of 2022. And Chris Johnston trying to chase down Austin Felix. Look at that top three. I mean, look at all the way through there. Seth Fighter in 5th, but look at the smallmouth superstars that are in this top 10. And they've got a great playing field here in South Dakota for the 8th Elite Series event of 2022.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back. On location coverage here in Mulbridge, South Dakota. And we have enjoyed the vast, rugged views of this incredible part of the world, but we've also seen a lot of small fish this week. Not seeing near as many of those here on Championship Sunday. It seems like somebody sent the memo out to this body of water because it is showing up. And Mark Frazier, once again here on Championship Sunday, his 2nd season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Obviously made a classic last year in his rookie season.
That's a big one. That's a freaking big one.
Might be the biggest. You mentioned bigger fish today, but this might be the biggest one we've seen this morning. Yes. Wow. The hook just fell out of his mouth. When things like that start happening on Championship Sunday, you better keep your eyes on Mark Frazier.
Davey, nobody knows better than you. You've played this game. When you get that one, the wheels have got to start turning.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially after the last 3 days and how tough it's been.
Yeah, you see that, Cole, and I promise you, the wheels start turning. You start thinking, I could win this. I mean, it's, and you really think if you're in the game on the final day, only 10 anglers left, that you've got a chance. But when things like that happen, number one, the biggest fish he's probably caught all week. But number two, when you lift it in the boat, the hook falls out of his mouth, you start thinking maybe the stars are aligned just perfectly for me today.
Great morning for Frazier. And how ironic would it be? Two brothers from Georgia. If he would win this, both of them won their first Elite Series event on smallmouth bass. You never know. It's never the one you circle on the calendar. You know, Brandon Palnick, our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year later, said that on stage. He said, this was the one at the beginning of the season I said, I can't wait to get to. Speaking of waiting to get to somebody, Brian New, a former Bassmaster Open Angler of the Year, and a guy who self-professed went to smallmouth school this week with Austin Felix, our tournament leader.
Brian New resides in South Carolina now. Grew up in North Carolina, but obviously a great largemouth fisherman. Thought he needed a little school, 1 week of school from a friend, and it certainly has helped him out. Top 10 finish here for him this week. And like we mentioned, anyone here has a chance to win today, the way these fish are acting. Oh, boy.
Not
just like
giant,
you mentioned,
the
wheels start turning with him now.
Thank you, Lord. Probably, I don't know, 2 1/4. He might be a little bigger than that, but.
Come on.
Can't stress how visually satisfying this part of the world is. You know what I mean? It's so vast and so rugged, and it's untouched. It's not often we have a tournament where you see angler after angler, and every time you see the shoreline, you don't see one boat dock. You see one house.
Yeah, you don't see another recreational boat out there.
Well, I see what's going out of the way, but he feels big.
It's almost like we've got a battle of finesse spinning against baitcaster Carolina rig. It's both doing well here this week. It's unusual to have a smallmouth event and see this many anglers in our top 10 fishing with the heavy line and bigger hooks, bigger lead.
Better.
It's like Bizarro World. Everything's backwards. You look at how many largemouth events. We saw a lot of spinning rods this year. Part of that because of forward-facing sonar. And now we're at a smallmouth event, and we're seeing a bunch of bait casters.
God, he must have hit it running away or something. Like, yanked the rod out my hand. Yeah, I held on to it that time. I had on to it that time. Just a 2-pounder.
Adding a little ice to that live well, one of the biggest keys at keeping these fish healthy, especially on a day like today, that it's supposed to get, we come to South Dakota in places like this time of year because guys like you want to get out of that heat. And it doesn't, it's been a really warm week here this week, and that a great hummingbird bird's eye view of where Tyler Rivette is fishing right now.
Yeah, Dave, you were mentioning earlier about how you don't see other boats, very few fishing boats and almost no recreational boats out on this water. So this hummingbird bird's eye view certainly gives you a good picture of that. But here, if you look closer, you see there's a current edge there that is creating that mud line. And Tyler probably can't see this from his boat. We can see it from the hummingbird bird's eye view. And it's a current seam which is creating that difference in the water clarity there. And that's when you see these anglers fishing like in the middle of nowhere, there is a reason that they are certain places. That's why they're the best in the world. And you clearly see from this bird's eye view that the reason is the current and this change in water clarity. And obviously there's going to be a current seam right there. You look at the camera in his boat and you can't see that, but that's exactly why Tyler just caught that fish.
Great hummingbird bird's eye view there. Really exposes what's happening, and Tyler Rivette has had a great tournament here this week. I mean, he really, and he talked about it this morning. He said, man, that he owes Brock Mosley. Brock Mosley literally grabbed him by the ear, dragged him up here. I think they fished in one boat together. I mean, he said, you got to come up here and you got to spend time doing it. And he said, his best spot this week, he didn't even really pre-fish. It was something he found a year ago, and he said, I stopped on it, and it worked.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Tyler Rivette trying to charge up that leaderboard. 10 anglers remain. The 8th Championship Sunday of 2022 here in beautiful South Dakota. Atop the leaderboard, the same angler that was right there at the start of the day. He had about a 3-pound lead then, and as you see, that has dwindled down to about 4 ounces. And the Sharks are circling, but remember, Austin Felix had a huge afternoon yesterday, so a lot of fishing time left. It is Championship Sunday at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe in beautiful South Dakota.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
It is my favorite day of the week, Championship Sunday, the 8th Championship Sunday of 2022, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe. And the fish have showed up today. A lot of our field charging, catching bigger fish than we've seen at this point of the day all week long. But our tournament leader, Austin Felix, has kind of been quiet since the first thing this morning. Anglers have slowly crunched down that lead down to 4 ounces between him and Chris Johnston. But as we've seen all week long, it can change in a hurry. And Austin Felix is just a few bites away from retaining that 3-pound lead that he started the day with. And how's that for timing, Davey Hite?
Timing to perfection.
Is it math? Is it a walleye?
Also, Felix does have 5 fish in his live well, but a couple of them only about a pound each. So, oh, this is going to be close. May help him a little.
Skinny ones. Played with yesterday.
But right now, a little help would be a big help.
What the heck?
Austin said on stage yesterday, he figured it's going to take another 18 to win today.
Got another line in there.
Oh, I totally agree. Totally agree with that. Because I think some of the people that were behind him will, at least 1 or 2 of them will catch 20 pounds.
Somebody else's stinking hook. So
here's another fish that had a line.
He ain't much, but he's
line where it had been hooked earlier in the day or yesterday, maybe earlier in the week.
They call Disneyland the happiest place on earth? I disagree. Smallmouth Disneyland is the happiest place on earth, and I can't get enough of Taku Ito. His unbridled enthusiasm for the sport and literally everything he does is inspiring and so much fun to watch.
Again, Taku's way ahead of the game today. At this time yesterday, did not have a fish in his live well, so he's off to a great start, and we've seen him have big comebacks before on Championship Sunday. Just a couple years ago at St. Lawrence River, he came from, was it 8th or 9th place? Well back in the top 10 to win on the final day. So
something I want to say 5th or 6th.
Okay,
but made a giant weight up. I mean,
26 pounds on the final day.
And it's amazing to think he never caught a smallmouth bass before fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series.
It's absolutely incredible. Definitely considered one of the best in the business right now at catching smallmouth bass. A lot of time on the water since then, though. A lot of days on the water in just the last few years.
You look at his track record with smallmouth tournaments. We were talking about it yesterday in the trailer, and I believe he's made every single cut in a smallmouth tournament. Not always top 10, but at least the first cut, and a good portion of those
have been top
10s.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, big one. Okay. Yeah. Oh yes. Hey. Yes.
Always a big smile on his face. Especially when he has a big one, but he's even smiling when he gets smaller ones.
Oh yeah, bye 12 inches. So not so many bass, but so I found a few big ones now. So but not cool. So one fish. So but it's good one.
So you see Taku here fizzing this fish, letting a little pressure out of that fish's air bladder so he can swim upright in the live well. And Taku's doing it exactly the way that they've been taught through classes here, through Bassmaster and Gene Gillian.
Yeah, the conservation department gives them fizzing school. Always the goal to get fish back in the water as healthy as possible. And you want to talk about his record. I was just looking. This is his 32nd or 33rd Bassmaster event. He's 10 top 10s.
That's incredible.
It really is.
Yes. 1 in 3 of his events are top 10s. That's absolutely incredible. If he can keep that average up, we certainly we'll see him holding more blue trophies, because to win those events, you have to be there on the final day, and he's got a great average there.
Taku Ito trying to steal another blue trophy away from a day 3 leader, and that day 3 leader this time is Austin Felix. Let's get back on the water with him. Takumi obviously made that big comeback and took out Corey Johnston, one of the best smallmouth anglers in the world. And I'd say that Austin Felix is right there too. So I don't think Takumi's worried. I mean, he'll take him out too.
Absolutely, absolutely. And have a smile on his face the whole time. Like we mentioned earlier, Austin Felix was Rookie of the Year, his first year on the Bassmaster Elites. It's had a great career, short career on the Elite Series, but I see a little different focus. He's really smelling the W here yesterday and today. Very, very focused and not joking around like you normally see him, happy-go-lucky. You could tell he's thinking he's definitely got a good chance to win this tournament, and he's taking it very seriously.
Talked to him at takeoff before, Oh, he's talking to Takumi, so they're pretty close to each other. Me and Austin spent a few minutes together at takeoff, and he just said, I said, how do you feel? He said, I know I have a great opportunity, but he said, I want to go fishing. I'm tired of waiting. He said, this is the part I hate. Yes. Waiting for takeoff. Well, he's out on the water and he is fishing, and the good news is Davey Hite Is it fair to say that this is our best morning
Yes,
of the
absolutely.
tournament by far?
Absolutely. No doubt about it. You just look at the weights there, and they have tightened up. But Taku Ito is a prime example. Did not have a fish in a boat yesterday. At this time, he's got a solid limit.
An amazing morning here on Lake Oahe in beautiful South Dakota. Atop the leaderboard, Austin Felix, but they are trying to chase him down. A lot of fishing still to come. Don't go anywhere.
Saturday on Fox, the Big Ten goes to Ireland, where Johnston leads the Huskers against the Wildcats. It's the Aer Lingus College Football Classic, Saturday at noon Eastern on Fox. Something different, definitely looking forward to that as we take you back to the action on Championship Sunday here on Lake Oahe. The leaderboard has tightened up at the very top. We're going to take you out on the water right now. We see images of both Seth Feider and Matt Robertson. I think we're going to drop in on Seth Feider right now. Big campaign starting yesterday. He's really been catching them for a day and a half now.
It's fair to say that Lake Oahe has woke up here on Championship Sunday. By far the best fishing we've seen with quality smallmouth today. And Seth Feider starting to work on a big stringer, fishing 30 to 50 feet of water.
God.
Yes!
Tommy, this tournament is so far from over.
Oh, gosh.
He's skinny. He's a 21-incher. Probably win this thing if I didn't break that one off. I'd have two giants already. I thought he was like a 6-pounder when he jumped, but he's thin. But he's a magnum.
Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. Seth Feider, putting that as a 4-0.
We saw it.
Yep.
Shit might happen. Sorry.
Yep. It might happen, Tommy.
No, I'm telling you. I think we talked about this.
No. No pants the rest of the day for you, Maddie. If you're going fishing next to me, you ain't wearing pants. Plain and simple.
Wait, what?
Shouldn't we both want to succeed? Be a team player, Maddie. I'm getting bit with you not having pants on.
Well, we can't, at least on FS1, we can't really get it. Yes.
Yeah, I got to segue the best way possible from that, Mark Zona, as we bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Wanted to hit quickly on the moving leaderboard that we are seeing today. We have 10 anglers out there competing, and looking at Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, the way our 10 anglers have mapped out, we have 5 buckets separated basically on how they finished this season in the Angler of the Year race. The overall season standings, we have about 18 to 20 anglers per bucket, and that's how our field makes up the 5 different buckets. Sitting here looking at our top 10, basically all 10 are in bucket A, B, or C. It is heavily laden with anglers who have done well all season. The bucket D and E anglers have not shown up on the final day this week, but we did have them when it comes to the best team. Masayuki Matsushita in bucket D and Jake Whitaker in bucket E. They finished 11th and 12th this week, so just missing out narrowly on the final day cut. Masayuki also caught one of the biggest fish of the tournament, a 5.11 on day 2 of this event. Meanwhile, this top part of the bucket, because 4 in bucket A, 4 in bucket B, and 2 in bucket C are fishing today. We are seeing the best team overall flip-flop with every single fish catch. Chris Johnston in bucket A has been the top guy, but Taku Ito for a little while was the top guy there. Mark Frazier's jumped in there in bucket B. Meanwhile, we have Cody Huff and Austin Felix in bucket C. So keeping an eye on that, that'll have major implications when it comes to the overall fantasy fishing leaderboard, because so many people are occupying this. A couple points here and there will make a big difference. Now, I wanted to get into something we talked about yesterday. We are now on day 7 of fishing at Lake Oahe, and this is a place that is known for walleye. It's also known for smallmouth. We're seeing great smallmouth this week, and we've seen them in 2018 when we were here as well. But the way that these fish are positioning, if you're looking at your forward-facing sonar, if you're looking at your electronics, these little fireballs, those little dots on your screen are the fish, and they're set up absolutely perfect in this picture, just a foot or two off the bottom. Those are very catchable fish, and this is what our anglers saw in practice when they first got there. A lot less pressure on the lake, and this is what it looks like under the water, though. A lot of these fish are on these long tapering points, so they may look like they're way out in the middle of the lake, but when you look at the shoreline and you see a long, a point, a long area that sticks out, just know under the water it goes pretty far out there as well, and it's littered with rock throughout. A lot of that rock will attract bait, it'll attract bass, and you'll have groups of fish around there. Normally, when you can get one to bite, a lot more will reveal themselves, and when you get them to reveal themselves, you can really start to catch them in a flurry, like we saw Taku Ito catch 5 bass in 10 minutes yesterday. You can kind of catch them back to back to back. But on day 1 and 2, we saw the tactics change up big time. We saw drop shots, we saw Nico rigs and Ned rigs. Those were the main factors. But when it comes to what has transitioned from looking at our day 3 leader, Austin Felix, utilizing a drop shot with a Berkeley flatworm, 3/4 ounce weight, and a Ryugi talisman hook, that has been his setup for his spinning rod approach, and that was early in this event. But as we saw the pressure hit this area, a place that doesn't get a lot of pressure, once we put anglers on this body of water for 7 straight days, we've seen the tactics change, and that's where we've seen a Carolina rig come into play. And like Mark Zona said, it's one of those deals you throw with your bait caster as far away from the boat as you can, and you drag that same type of presentation, a weight with the bait, a couple feet away, possibly maybe a foot, maybe 3 feet away, and you drag it through that rocky area, but it's away from the boat. The boat pressure, the electronics, it has gotten to some of these fish and has really affected. And I've actually got that Zoom Z crawl that Austin Felix is using. It is one of the best, if not the best overall bait for a Carolina rig. A small, 3-inch creature crawl style bait, and it just follows behind that weight. Looks like a natural crawfish or bait fish following that bait that's messing up all the dirt on the bottom, getting through the rocks, and those smallmouth have been picking that apart the last 2 days. We've really seen that change and be the important bait going into day 3 and day 4 of this event for a lot of our top 10 anglers.
Great, good stuff, Ronnie. Thank you so much. You told a lot in a short period of time there, that is for sure.
It's very rare you just pull a speed craw out of your
I know, that's hard.
Screen of
I gotta make sure it doesn't get in the laundry later.
Call you the magician. Well, we have had Austin Felix and Chris Johnston sort of pretty much in a virtual tie at the top of the leaderboard for a while, but I think Seth Feider just sort of exposed the elephant in the room a little bit to us. The possibility of giants, a couple of giants. Well, I'm not talking about the possibility of 2 huge fish, maybe a 5-pounder, maybe 2 4.5s, blowing this thing wide open.
And Seth was one of the anglers getting to talk to him after the weigh-in. He was several pounds back of Austin Felix. And I said, hey, you're still in it. He said, no, I'm absolutely still in this, because there is a 23 to 25 pound bag swimming out here. And I don't even think it's going to take that. You heard Seth Feider make the comment. He's sitting on 4 fish right now. Very, very solid ones too. But he did break off a big one earlier today that was about the same size as the one he just put in the boat. Austin Felix work is not done. But with that being said, a lot of his biggest ones that we've seen him hook throughout this week have come late in the days of competition.
Let's have a look at those unofficial scores right now via Bass Track. Leaderboard as it stands right now on Championship Sunday. Look at Chris Johnston and Austin Felix right there Man, a virtual tie right there. Mark Frazier having a great day. Taku Ito, both of those guys definitely in this thing. And Seth Feider has joined the fray as well. Seth Feider, as you said, Mark Zona broke off a good one. We just saw a 4-pounder from Seth. Right now, we're going to turn to Seth Feider for our Jack Links. Hook the Beast.
Yes!
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Tonight, two of the league's most electrifying teams take center stage as the Ravens take on the Cardinals in an NFL preseason showcase. Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 Pacific, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Tommy, I'm already switching gears. I'm all out on the Chargers. I'm back in. I'm back in with the Bills. I'm back in with the Bills.
See, he's now.
Oh, boy.
I like afternoon Mark Zona much better.
I waffle,
like you're
bud.
Thinking,
I waffle.
You're thinking sane, you know. I like that.
I like what I saw. I got to see everything I wanted yesterday with them. Going to get back out in the water right now, and it's been a weird, interesting week, and we're going to definitely cap it off that way. Back out in the water right now with Austin Felix. Oh boy.
Austin Felix, your leader to start the day, just under 3 pounds ahead of the pack. He's now just ounces ahead of Chris Johnston.
Tell me we haven't covered one like this. I was going to say in a while, but I'm going to go with ever.
Yeah, I'm just bouncing old waypoints at this point, trying to call up, working our way down the lake. Haven't had too much, but haven't really seen much what I'm looking for yet. Don't matter though, you just gotta find the group that's set up and willing to bite.
Those are your top 4. Mark Frazier, very good start to his day.
Yeah, and it definitely kind of seems like the top of our broadcast here on the final day of Lake Oahe, and we talked about it late yesterday. It just seems like, and a lot of these anglers in the top 10 felt this way, even though it's a total wait for 4 days. You have that vibe. This is going to be one of those, whoever catches the biggest stringer is going to win today.
Leave our top 4 just for a moment or two. Over to 9th place, Tyler Rivette. Tyler Rivette had a fast start yesterday on day number 2 and helped solidify his spot in the top 10.
Good tournament, though, for Tyler Rivette. Needed to put a good smallmouth tournament under his belt.
Overall, this is his 4th top 10 in Bassmaster competition with the Opens and the Elite Series. He's had 2 Elite Series top 10s over his first few years on the Elites. Both were 6th place finishes, one at Gunnersville, one at Pickwick, both Tennessee River Lakes, and this is quite different, Z, but like you mentioned, Brock Mosley and Hank Cherry have tried to help teach him this learning curve of smallmouth, and he is performing well at the end of this year to make another classic.
Yeah, and one of the other things really looking over Tyler Rivette's shoulder is this was the time of day that we talked about earlier on our TH Marine Weather Watch, is That wind is supposed to, we're going to lose some east in it. It's going to come out of the south later this morning. And as we got to see on Friday, this lake can get very, very rough in a hurry.
It's going to be keeper number 3 for Tyler Rivette. 3 fish, no size showing up for him yet today.
And he said, I mean, I texted him this, and I even, I commented on his social media when he made a post about it. He was worried about this event, was kind of in his own head. You could tell by the way he was typing, and that he was just, I do not want to bomb. When you go into an event saying, I hope I don't bomb this week, you're more likely than not to bomb. And so I said, do not fish scared, because that's the easiest way.
Coach him up, Ronnie.
If you fish not to lose, you will lose. You need to fish to win. And his comeback on day 2 was huge for Tyler Rivette.
Making a difference.
See, the wheels are back on down by Seth and Matt Robertson. Good to see that. Chris John. Hi, Chris. Hi, Chris. I think Chris Johnston, obviously, with what he has in the live well and in an area to himself, he is going to be a big, big problem and a headache going into this afternoon. It was just, he never had any quality bites on day 3 yesterday here on FS1.
No, he was not a happy guy yesterday.
Well, and you're getting a good look at how close some of these anglers have fished. See Seth Fighter and Matt Robertson about 37 inches apart. Matt Robertson still sitting on 0. Said he was going to full send it today. He hasn't done that. At least fishing.
Yeah.
Gosh, the one that Seth broke off. So huge right now.
Seth Fighter and Taku Ito both sitting on about 12 pounds and a quarter. Chris Johnston, by far the best 5-fish limit of the day so far with
these ones look like
13-10.
Did you see Mark Frazier's big call? That fish went in as a 3 pound 5 ounce, and I think it's at least a pound heavier. He could be a little bit closer to the lead.
Still in the first half of our championship day session here. This guy's got 5 more hours of fishing time left. And
Frazier looks like he may have one.
This is kind of the way the fishing's been on Oahe. You'll see
I don't think I got any.
a lot of dead time. And a school will move through on one of these deep tapering points, and flurries has been the name of the game all week long.
Aggressive, so try dragging this thing.
Well, Well, like we say, Chris Johnston with the best limit so far, really bouncing back from yesterday in a big way.
Exactly right. Taking a look at your marathon peak performance, Chris Johnston struggling yesterday to catch any quality, really anything over 2.5 to 3 pounds. Not the case here today. Marathon peak performance started early with Chris Johnston fishing within a couple miles of that 212 bridge. Big player this week. And really looking at Chris Johnston, what he has done with a drop shot, interestingly enough, in 15 to 30 feet of water, kind of getting a weightless stick bait involved for some of these suspended fish. Your marathon peak performance, somebody to watch the rest of this championship Sunday, a powerful smallmouth fisherman. Chris Johnston, your marathon peak performance with a lot of room to grow. Matt Robertson and Seth fishing. Take it to the house close to each other.
Oh, well, there's work to be done.
Well, we have gotten a little bit better idea of what Lake Oahe is capable of today. The conditions have really lined up with these guys' ability to catch them out here today. Austin Felix getting the job done. Stay ahead of the pack. He started with almost a 3-pound lead, but that has been diminished considerably by Chris Johnston, one of the most celebrated anglers and accomplished anglers to ever come out of Canada. Mark Frazier hanging in there as well. Taku Ito and Seth Fighter, Matt Robertson. We'll be back in a minute.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
I need 5 more fish and I'll be speechless more likely. I don't know. I've never, it's not that I don't think I'm good enough. I think I'm good enough to win every event, but I've always been more of a consistent angler than the guy that hits home runs, and to be able to hit a home run the day 2 with that 23-pound bag, I knew, like, you don't get these options very often, or these opportunities very often, so got to take advantage.
Well, after an uncharacteristically inconsistent year for Austin Felix, he's done what he needed to do to pretty much right the ship, and here he comes over to his neighboring state of South Dakota. One thing on his mind: win this tournament. He's got to hold off everybody all day long. It's not an easy ask.
No, we talked about this looking at the standings right there. Obviously, this one is still a horse race, the last couple hours of fishing. But Austin Felix, he's the real deal, man. We watched him in sight fishing events, and look, and he does. He probably gets a little bit overshadowed. Seth Fighter from Minnesota, dude. Seth Fighter's one of the most popular fishermen on the planet. Austin Felix, soft-spoken. But he knew, you could tell yesterday after the weigh-in, he knew this is as big of an opportunity in his career that he has ever had, still slightly in the driver's seat. What? Well, if you watched Austin Felix yesterday, we had a lot of cloud cover, and it took a little. It was basically on day number 3 when Austin Felix took the lead. It was a grimy morning for him, fishing next to a lot of other anglers. Did not find that quality that he saw on Friday, making big upgrades yesterday afternoon while starting on that primary spot today. Call it 20 to 30 feet of water, Broken Rock, Main Lake Point. Well, he's getting it done. He has one big one in his live well right now. Still, just you have that feeling that he's going to need a couple critical upgrades that he definitely accomplished late yesterday afternoon. That's your Power Pole replay of the day. Back on the water right now with Taku Ito live.
No. No. I don't like drum. Okay.
Taku with a drum right there.
Oh,
Can't bring
sorry.
those to the weigh-in.
No.
Really, if you were following the tournament yesterday, this was the time of day when a lot of these deep water schools set up, got in position, and we saw a lot of flurries between 10 and noon yesterday.
There's some around here. No, they won't even look at it.
If you're just picking up with us here, this is the next to last event of the Bassmaster Elite Series season. The season will wrap up next week. The Upper Mississippi River, La Crosse, Wisconsin, a place that Seth Feider probably has fond memories of. That's where he sort of came to prominence as a top-tier guy. Fished his way into a postseason event, which he went on to win, and there's just been no stopping him since then.
His second place in Mississippi River, he said if he hadn't done that, he might have left fishing.
Spend some time checking in with our own Davey Hite right here. And Davey, I think you'd agree there's a lot of different scenarios as to what could happen the rest of this day. What direction this tournament could go.
It definitely is, Tommy, and the big thing here, I guess, on site is this morning we had the sun, which I really think helped the fish catching, but the wind direction, we had the strong north wind the day before yesterday and light winds before that, but today the wind out of the south, and it's increasing. They're calling for up to about 15 miles an hour, and that may not seem like a lot to most people, but on this body of water, 15-mile-an-hour wind can really make things bumpy.
Davey, if you can, kind of break down real quick. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with Davey Hite. Kind of break down, if you can. This tournament was said, whether it's been the herring, the smelt, the shad in this lake, that these bass focus their life. It's the circle of life out there that they just chase bait fish. Yet, one of the most primary players in this right now is a small zoom speed craw. Why are you seeing that such a big player here this week on Oahe?
Well, it's been real difficult for the anglers, and I've talked to a lot of them. And these fish are primarily feeding on the bait, just like you mentioned, Z. But these fish, when they're active, and I think a lot of that is happening at night, when these fish are active and chasing these bait fish, then if you throw, I even talked to Jason Christie that said in practice, he could use a spook and catch these fish and call them up. But when they're just kind of dormant and settle down, not chasing the bait fish, something real slow and leaving something around these fish where they just can't resist if it sits there for a long period of time, like the Carolina rig, the drop shot. Those things have been effective just because these fish haven't been real active. It is the middle of August, and these fish, a lot of times, you just have to soak a bait right in front of them to get them to bite.
Davey, obviously we talked about that this tournament is far from over, and we keep using the term for a lot of our folks here on FS1 that might not understand what we're talking about is when that sunlight really gets peaked out around midday, we've seen some of the biggest catches where these fish set up on these deep places. Kind of describe to the viewers what that means.
So these fish, a lot of them are setting up between 15 and about 30 feet deep. Some of them even deeper than that, but they've been the most difficult ones to catch. But when the sun gets high in the sky, these smallmouth bass are sight feeders, and the higher that sun gets, the more light penetration, the more it gives these smallmouth bass an opportunity to feed. So that's when I expect today, just like yesterday, to see some of the big flurries. And this tournament is far from over. And we'll see a lot of things change up in the next hour or two.
Davey, there's a lot of mind games go on Championship Sundays. You've been a part of some of those. You were soft-spoken about it, but this morning, Matt Robertson, we can't use exact words, talking trash to your leader in a big way, Austin Felix. Davey, you can't do that and have a 0 this time of day on Championship Sunday.
No, it's absolutely surprising, but that's Matt Robertson. He's a different dude. He's going to march to the beat of his own drum, but some of the things I've seen him do this morning and even during the day today fishing, I've been around the sport a long time. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Davey, thank you so much. Me neither. Good stuff from our own Davey Hite there on location, Mobridge, South Dakota. You know, they tell you know, don't poke the bear. They say don't poke the bear. Don't wake the sleepy assassin. Don't wake the sleepy assassin. That may be the thing we learned from this. He is on top, Austin Felix, the sleepy assassin, not by much.
You know, I'll take some of the quiet guys sometimes because you know what you're going to get out of them.
That's right. That's right.
No, you don't. No, you really don't.
Mark Frazier, look out for him. Taku Ito, Seth Fighter. Man, oh man, lots of ways this tournament can go. And plenty of time for it all to happen here on Championship Sunday, South Dakota.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Championship Sunday continues here at Lake Oahe in South Dakota. Of course, it won't all be decided until later today, 4 p.m. Eastern Time to be exact. You can watch that action on Bassmaster.com. But I can tell you right now, we are far from over. We look at our top 5 on the leaderboard unofficially, all within 5 pounds. That's a recipe for the possibility of some big upheavals in the remaining time we have to fish.
Absolutely. That Yeti hot seat is not wrapped up yet. Austin Felix still with some work to do, definitely work to do, and he got that done late yesterday. Going to get back out on the water right now. Your day 3 leader, Austin Felix, still hanging on to his couple-ounce lead.
One of the slower periods of fishing we've had. One fish in the last 45 minutes or so. That's it.
Really, every day of this tournament, noon to 3 o'clock, has been a prime bite window for some of the bigger ones, for the guys fishing, well, pretty much everybody fishing offshore in this tournament.
Small. Oh.
Austin Felix really has not visited a lot of the places where he caught them late Saturday afternoon.
Okay, yeah. So day 4, Championship Sunday, the morning is very good. So big smallmouth school. So coming so little point, but morning only. I can't find big fish, big smallmouth school now. So I try to find many point, hump, some spot, but very, very difficult, very, very hard to find now. So I think 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, always, so fish school coming up, little point or hump. So hopefully I want to find, but now very, very tough.
Chris Johnston hooked up, and
this is a critical bass right here in this tournament.
Still had to sit down there for about 10 seconds for him to eat it. This is a good one.
Smallest is 1 pound, 4 ounces.
Chris Johnston said 6-pound line was huge in this tournament.
Come on, baby. He has friends with him too. Looks like 2 way out there. If I can get this one in quick, maybe drop down and catch one of his buddies.
That's the one deal, though. He will need to Z. He has a limit, so he has to cull. This one will cull a 1-4 for him. If he makes that cull, he has to do that before making a cast to one of those fish that's chasing with that smallmouth.
He can't throw out his
This
line
is the last
till he releases that fish.
This is the last human being Austin Felix wanted to see in the top 10 today. Hands down, without a doubt.
Come on. Go on this side, I guess. It's a nice one. Oh, jeez. I think he's a 4. Gotcha. That's what we're after right there.
Nice job, man.
It's a tank. Yeah, baby. 2 more of those. Let's see if we can catch his friends, though. That gets rid of the peanut.
That's the biggest fish catch that we have seen this entire tournament right there.
Yep.
Back in the lead.
That is an absolute surgeon. Unbelievable. You heard Chris Johnston say that fish had followers. It had friends with it. It's gonna be an interesting afternoon on Bassmaster.com, the last few hours of this event. Chris Johnston struggling yesterday morning and pretty much all day long. Has relocated that big school that he was on days 1 and 2.
Needless to say, he's the leader. Everyone chasing
left.
him.
When they were dumb, those ones would sit on your boat. You'd get another crack at one. Oh, see this? This one's all over it. He didn't go to bottom good. Don't know if that's gonna eat. Some of those ones that look at it like that are sometimes walleye or something. Need 2 more good ones. I know 2 of those ones I missed earlier were good by looking at the size of them on this. Just makes me wonder if I gotta stay here all day and try and get 2 more bites. There's 2 right there. Are you showing everyone at home the old video game? So you can see my bait. See that fish just turned around? I actually went back towards my bait. So, ideally, pick up.
I'm not saying it's over because there's a lot left.
Oh, no.
But with Chris Johnston, Austin Felix, Taku Ito, and Seth Feider in our top 5 and kind of pulling away from the rest of the group 5, the top 5 pulling away big time, you have 4 of the best smallmouth anglers in the world. It's going to be crazy between these couple people at the end of the day.
Johnston has 16.6 on the day, 67.14 total.
Guaranteed.
He's 2.5 ahead of Austin Felix right now.
Well, again, there's plenty more fishing time to come, as you indicated there, Ronnie, and what can happen, we can only guess, but we will find out at the weigh-in. Continuing coverage, too, on Bassmaster.com, coming up after this, and of course at 4 Eastern Time, also on Bassmaster.com, the weigh-in when it's all decided. You can check in on when that all happens. There's the schedule today, live mix for an hour, live coverage continues on Bassmaster.com. Weigh in at 4 o'clock. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, for being here. Sometimes the final day championship Sunday gives us the best fishing. That was the case today.
Over here yawning. Hey everybody, this is Lee Livesey and Caleb Summerall. We just got in. We're here in Mobridge, South Dakota on Lake Oahe watching the final day. We're watching Tyler Rivette right now from Raceland, Louisiana. Let's see what these boys are doing. We got Chris Johnston in the lead right now, 67.14. And Austin Felix behind him with 65.6. So right now it's a 2-man race, but we got Mark Frazier and Taku with 61.10 and 61.11 right behind them. So this is still anybody's ball game. 1 or 2 big bites right now, and it can go either way. Absolutely, man. Yeah, this place is really special with as far as, you know, the swing of weights as we've had. You know, you can just as well catch a big bag as fall off. So it's just like what you're saying. It's a shootout. They got, you know, the top 7, top 10 are still in it. You know, anybody can smash a big bag, and, you know, somebody in that catch them is good and win this thing.
We got Matt Robertson with 0 right now, or that they're recording 0 with 52.9. So if he catches 5 good ones, he's right back on top.
Exactly.
So that's the one you got to watch. Him and Seth are doing a technique where you can catch them really quick, get them in the boat really quick. So obviously, if Matt hits a school by the end of the day, he's going to get right back on top. But right now, Chris Johnston is looking for another smallmouth title. You got the smallmouth specialists in there too. You got Taku, you got Austin Felix, Chris Johnston, Seth Feider. You know, Rivette's done a lot of it too, and Patrick. Anytime you're up here, he's going to be close to winning. So let's check this out. Who is this?
This is Mark.
That's Mark. So he's not where y'all started every day, is he? He's
no, me and Mark share a spot.
Close to that big bend, I'm guessing.
Yeah. He ended up telling me that he had a milk run of stuff. And the thing about these spots is, you know, these fish are so pelagic that they you know, certain spots fired off down the lake at different times. And, you know, if you weren't there, you know, you missed the 8-ball. But if those guys in the top 10, I know 2 or 3 of them, like Tyler Rivette, never caught them the same place twice. Maybe a few key fish here and there, but never really got the bulk of their bag in the same day, consecutive days. Mark was the same way. The second day, I believe he had 20 pounds. He didn't catch them where we caught them the first day, and you know, that's what you needed in this particular lake. You needed a milk run. You needed some insurance spots to be able to run around and get those other key fish.
Yeah, that's why I'm sitting here. I only had one good spot to go to.
Same here right here with you, bud.
I wonder if Matt Robertson's still in his underwear.
I don't know.
Okay, right there, Mark just saw one. You could tell he got a little bit anxious with that cast.
Lots of forward-facing sonar action going on this week. I'm pretty sure the whole top 10 is probably doing it, for except Seth and Matt. We know what they're doing. They're throwing their Carolina rig out the back of their boats at a spot. But most of the guys are forward-facing sonar,
trolling around to the C1, trying to throw it on his head and get him to react and follow it down and eat it.
Yeah, that's it. And man, I don't like the scoping game with the live. I like to sit back and throw a rig and a football head jig at them. That's how I got my biggest bag this week, was just throwing at them, not worrying about them. You'll see them swim around every now and then, but I think if a guy gets on the right spot with that Carolina rig or a football head jig, he can win this thing in 15 or 20 minutes, and it's still, you know, and like we said, the top 7 or the top 10, anybody can come back, really. To be honest, I could see a 27, 28 pound bag coming out of this lake real quick.
Absolutely. How about the party down at New Everett's last night?
Yeah, New Everett's Resort last night was happening. The end of a poker run. Corey Johnston lost a shoe. Matt Robertson lost his pants. Got a good wind out there today. The boys can run around, but they're still a chop on the water. When that lake gets glass, me and you've talked about it, after 10 o'clock, these fish change. They go way up in the water columns because the water gets warmer in the top, and those lake herring, go to the top of the water. You'll just start seeing them around your boat in 20, 40, 50 foot of water wherever you're at. They'll be 2 foot under the water. I was throwing a Carolina rig yesterday, but I had my drop shot, you know, right beside my trolling motor in front of me. If I saw one underneath me, I could drop down and catch them, you know. And I had my drop shot weight in the water. You know, my bait was out of it, just ready to drop. And I was sitting there dragging a Carolina rig, and I saw my rod just go boing. I was like, I know that wave didn't do that. So I reeled my Carolina rig, put it down, dropped that drop shot down about 2 foot. Doop. Caught one of my keepers yesterday. The fish came up and ate my drop shot weight 2 inches under the water.
They're so curious here. It blows my mind.
So I don't know if Brad and Brock.
I was going to tell it if you did.
Frank Talley on day 2. It was day 2. Was fishing a spot down south. When he got there, he had to use the restroom, so he just put his trolling motor down, put his drop shot. You know, just opened the bail about 10, 15 foot under the boat, laid it down, went back to take a leak. When he turned around, his rod was gone. Fish pulled his rod in as soon as he dropped it down, never saw it. So Corey Johnston, Frank tells us this story on day 2 at the end of the day, and Corey Johnston comes in last night. Man, I caught a 2 3/4 pound smallmouth today, and it had a rod, a loose spinning rod and reel attached to it. I live scoped it off the bottom, hooked it, and I felt like I had a 10 pounder, reeled it in. And it was Frank's rod and reel. Like, Frank was with us when Corey's telling. He's like, that's my rod. And he had told us the story. So that fish ate a Strike King Z2, I think is what he had on it, and drug that spinning rod around all day and all night. And then Corey Johnston caught it the next day.
It's crazy.
And Frank only had 4 fish on day 2.
Did he really?
Yeah, he only had 4, which Corey said Frank needed a 3 pounder exactly to get in the top 10. And it was only a 2 3/4, but still.
I bet you Frank still wants that fish.
That shows you these fish are wanting to eat if you can get around the right
Absolutely.
ones.
Absolutely.
Pretty crazy story. Mark Zona Signature Series lose, I think.
Exactly what it was.
Corey gave it to his marshal. All right, this is a specialist right here, Taku. I watched him work around me yesterday on a spot, and this guy is really good at what he does.
He will seriously just hunt them down.
He does
until he gets them to bite.
He never quits. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Constantly hunting. He's a lot more patient than I am. I'm a power fisherman. Even with the finesse stuff, I'm a power fisherman. I want my stuff to get down there quick.
Yep.
And I get in too much of a hurry. He can drop a Nico rig with just a nail weight in it or something down there, and that I'm not good at that. I can't do it. I watch, obviously since I've been cut, I've paid attention to what he's doing. He's dropping a Nico rig, wacky rig with a weight in it a lot,
right?
Instead of a drop shot. And I think a lot of these fish like eating just a bait down there, a Demiki rig, wacky rig with a nail weight in it, stuff like that. I don't know why, but You got on the Demiki deal in practice and told me about it, and I'm not even patient enough for that. I want to drop a drop shot down there, a Carolina rig.
Right.
But you could definitely see the difference the fish would, how they would react to a Demiki rig compared to a drop shot rig. You know, they wouldn't always eat it, but they would even react different. These fish want to eat up.
Want to eat up.
When you drop something to them. Like you can drop down 10 foot in 30 and get them to come up and eat
Absolutely.
it is the deal. You know, I think a lot of us were getting too anxious getting it down there on the bottom when they really wanted to come up and eat. A lot of those herring are, 5 to 15 foot deep, wherever you're fishing, 25, 35, so those fish are used to coming up and eating. And when we're saying lake herring, we're talking about they're eating 10 to 12 inch lake herring.
Yep.
They're not, they'll eat anything, don't get me wrong. I have them spit up crawfish and threadfin shad or smelt, whatever it is, but the giants are literally roaming around the lake eating herring 10 to 12 inches long.
Yep. In practice, I caught a 4-pounder. Set the hook, get him to the boat. Right when I get to the boat, he spits out a little 12-inch herring in his mouth, and he was still hungry enough to eat my Demiki rig. So it just.
Me and Austin were boat to boat pretty much, 20 yards for 2 days, and he was fishing, and he had thrown a smallmouth back, 10 minutes before. Something just went whoosh between our boats, and I was like, what was that? Talking about Marshall on day 2. I was like, maybe that smallmouth he threw back was gut hooked or something like that. And about that time, I saw one of those lake herring. I'm talking about a 12, 13-inch lake herring.
Float up.
Was floating, and I saw it was a big, giant smallmouth. And you could see it had been eaten halfway. It was all descaled, but it was floating off. If I was smart, I'd have thrown a swim bait over there, top water over there, which I had my Carolina rig way
Be
out there.
home a lot of this fall.
It just shows you how
coming in about a month.
active and feeding they are.
So it's gonna be a white duck season for me.
A dart and a Carolina rig.
One big trip with the boys.
Have the F5 yet?
Seth has
4 for 12.
4 for 12. So if he catches a 4 or 5 pounder, he's up in that 18-pound range, 19 pounds.
I can put her out.
Seth's usually pretty accurate, but that big one he got earlier was definitely a 5-pounder.
There you go. You're clear.
And he put it in as a 4. See, I personally think this is the winning technique right here. Is dragging a Carolina rig or football head jig.
Gonna be set back another.
Staying off the school.
Staying off the school.
Absolutely.
Getting it down there. Not messing with them. Boat flipping them. You just got to hit the right school. Those herring move these fish around a lot, just like me and Austin spot. I don't know if we caught them all, but the herring left yesterday. There was no herring. So I don't know if we just caught them all or if they're that bait dependent. They just swim out in the abyss and go to the next point that nobody knows about.
I know in practice, if you did not grab a spot where you found herring or put your trolling motor down and saw herring, fish were non-existent.
Some of the country.
Like it was barren ground.
So Seth wasn't throwing the rig. Obviously, I told Seth and Austin about it, or Austin saw it, but
it's a big deal.
I told Seth about it night of day 2, and he went out there and caught 19 pounds on it. So
you can see
he was
30 miles.
He agreed with me last night. Obviously I couldn't tell him anything last night, but
woods
he was
and
like,
stuff is cool and all, but
trying to drop on him on this spot, just throwing a Carolina rig on him.
Look around.
Smallmouth like a Carolina rig. Absolutely, where we go in the country. Next week at the Mississippi River, we're going to catch them on a Carolina rig. Somebody is, It's just anywhere we go.
Tried and true. I never go to any tournament without one tied on.
As long as the zebra mussels aren't too bad and there's not like St. Lawrence River out in the lake, there's algae on the rocks.
You can't have anything ball up when you
drag it. Or we'd be throwing it out there too. Now in the river with that current, it clears it up and you can drag it.
Somebody else must be catching them.
Seth's an old Carolina rig hand, trust me.
I just won to Montana and that's it. Went out there twice last year.
That's like the perfect shot for a Carolina rig too. Need that wind blowing a little bit.
Few snows and then went back.
Yesterday was a little calm. The second day it was really blowing. You obviously caught him on it. I mean, a couple of other guys doing that. I think Tyler Vett caught him on it as well.
Yep.
Yesterday, I think the spot's really deep. I think you either had to be in that 35, that 30-foot zone. To be that deep, kind of maybe don't matter as much, but I know the guys that are catching them a little bit shorter that wind will help a lot.
Before you start getting into the mountains. It pretty much just looks like this for 3/4 of the state.
How far down is that, do you know?
He's about 8 miles south of the 212.
Yeah. far west as you can go.
There's that little ridge on the left.
They're probably 14 hours from here. Maybe not quite. Maybe 8 or 10. I mean, you do hit a little bit at the border, like the North Dakota.
South wind is
I
blowing
wouldn't
in
really
today.
call them mountains, though. They're kind of more like black hilly
First day since
zones.
practice.
Yep, that's going to move those herring around, move those fish around too. But that's why we had to practice, so these guys should know.
Right.
Then it just turns into prairie again all the way to the Rocky Mountain front.
How far is that down there? Hour, 40 minutes, 30 minutes? I don't know. I never went past that bridge.
So I want to say it's
I think about it every cast.
it's probably about 60. I'm going to say it's 50 miles, 50 to 55 miles away from takeoff. One way.
So they got to leave in about an hour, or, you know, with an hour left.
Yeah, especially depending on how bad the wind gets up. You got to give yourself time on this lake.
So it's a ballistic 204, so he can handle it.
No doubt.
And he can get back. Dragging that rig slow and painful. You think you're not seeing them and stuff, but when you hook one, you can get them in the boat quick.
Big weight, big line, boat flip them all.
Wish I had something else real close to here. I'd let this thing rest a little bit and come back, but I think we're just gonna camp, man.
That's a decision right there. His tournament or not right there. Whether you think it's going to reload or what.
11 o'clock.
I don't know enough about the lake to decide if you catch them all or if they swim back in off the river channel.
Look here, we got them.
Because if there's fish on the spot,
still
you should
need
catch them
2
about every
bags.
20 minutes.
That's right. And just like you were saying, you know, just giving it a window, like 4 boat leaving, can help them pull right back up.
Catch them on the way back.
You know, giving it 20 minutes to an hour.
I mean, I know there's nothing you can do about it, but I think it hurts having these camera boats out in the river channel.
Absolutely.
Because the fish are attracted to the boats here, so you'll have those fish swim out to the sound of the boats.
Yeah.
Like where we started, we had like 4 camera boats, 2 or 3 people watching all that in the river. I felt like those fish, when they pulled up,
absolutely
swam out and got underneath those boats.
So the fish here look up for herring, for bald herring, and in a boat, to them,
this was kind of
it looks like a ball herring, a cloud of herring coming over them. So there'll be multiple times a day you'll stop your boat and see a fish just come off the bottom, and he'll come all the way to 2 foot below your almost hit your trolling motor. They're that curious here. And that's what he's getting at. You know, the boats watching, sitting out in the river channel, those fish will kind of just swim off the spot and go check other boats out, your boat. It's just amazing how curious they are here.
This is the time of day where every day I fished, it got tough on me, on the fish on the bottom. This is the time of day, 11 o'clock exactly, it's 11 o'clock, the fish start getting up in the water column. And we already talked about it, but I mean, I couldn't catch them on the bottom after this unless you're catching them on a boulder or something exact, you know. So this is where it's going to get tough. I'm not saying they won't catch more or blast them, but for me personally, this is when I thought those fish got, whether you're in 20 foot or 40 foot, they got 5 foot under the surface and just cruised around.
Yep.
It's kind of funky though. They were feeding real late. They weren't. I mean, we had some bangers, but they come out like they wouldn't get to us. They were going a long ways. They were feeding miles away from where they were roosting. They wouldn't get to us till about like half hour before shooting light was over, and we'd pound the hell out of them for half an hour, and that was it. But I mean, we shot them good. It was fun. But
I've only ever shot a few in my life. We've never actually targeted them.
They're delicious.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Like you cut them open and they're pink. You know what I mean? They don't got that like dark, deep red, maroon breast. It's like pink.
What are they talking about?
Duck hunting.
I mean, what are they talking about?
Oh, I don't know. We got a couple cranes too. Never got cranes before. Shot a few cranes.
David Mullins is the one that can.
Those things are good too.
No doubt.
Come on, Seth. Let's see something. You're seeing him work that thing really, really slow, keeping that weight on the bottom.
He's having a
rock
fish?
No, he's on a rock right there. So he's got some kind of rock pile or a ridge. Right in there is where he should get bit. You know, I put extra beads on my Carolina rig just to make some more noise, more than usual. I'd shake that weight down there, work it real slow to the side, keep that weight on the bottom, and get those smallmouth interested in your weight and your beads, and then come back and eat your bait. You know, I was throwing a Carolina rig with a 1 ounce weight, 3 beads, like I said.
Yep.
You can throw it on, I was throwing on 20-pound Sunline fluorocarbon main leader and 15-pound mono from Sunline on my actual leader, 4-aught Gamakatsu, Finesse, Aaron Martin's hook.
Yep, best hook made for it.
And that's hard to beat right there. Throwing a net bait, kick and bee on it. Just a little creature bait, green pumpkin. Small profile, I think it's a crawfish.
They really get them in like
I had multiple fish spit up crawfish.
Yeah, they're just
pinchers in my live well too.
pinchers and little 4-packs.
Yeah, just like what you're saying, I think those bottom buggers that's mainly what they were picking up on. Not saying they wouldn't eat any herring, but
no doubt.
if they were cruising that bottom around the rocks, they were eating crawfish for sure.
I mean, it's pretty much turned into a Tennessee River ledge
we shot a few.
Just sets it just like it, dude.
Basically,
I mean, I wish I'd have thrown a football head
bonus,
jig,
right?
a lot.
Snap it in front of their face, stroke it off the bottom.
Honestly, we didn't even end up doing it, but the best crane shoot we could have had would have just been a pass shoot.
Seth is
super windy one day, and they were way down in a slough way down a hill, and they could just barely get over the hill coming up. You could have sat there and
interesting.
Sat there and hammered them. I mean, they're just fighting the wind.
If he's got anything on that yet.
But tried to go back the next day, and he got a little cold, and they all left. I should have just done it right when it was happening.
Seth ought to do good next week. Here we got a layout of where everybody's at. Patrick's
even further. Yeah, Patrick's flirting with that 65 miles away.
He's got a big tank. I think he's got a 65 or 60.
Looks like does it show him in a creek, in a bay?
Right in the mouth of it.
Right in the mouth of it, yeah.
A lot of Minnesota guys did good in this tournament.
Yeah.
We got Austin Felix. Looks like he's panning around with his live, trying to drop something on him. You know, me and Austin talked a lot because we fished together. He was dropping some kind of stick bait, wacky rig on a drop shot, and Ned rig a bunch. And throwing a rig, obviously, but he's on a different spot right now, so he's just looking at him and dropping on him. He's in second place right now. He's the closest to Chris. So.
Well, within striking distance. You know, that means he's only get 5 for 10. That's one big fish.
Yep. He's only got 10 pounds, 5 for 10, so he's 2 big bites away from taking Chris. We got 0533045555. A little tougher today, you know. I don't know if it's the pressure or if the wind change or what happened.
So, you know, we've had a couple big walleye tournaments going out. Big time predominant walleye fishing lake. You know, typically they don't. I wouldn't say that they put a lot of pressure on the smallmouth, but they are catching some too. I think Shane Hughes said he watched a couple guys catch some fours while they were catching walleyes. You know, these fish, you know, kind of do hang out together.
If we control.
But that adds a little pressure. You know, you put us on a body of water for a week, and these guys are so good, dude. They find everything. And
yeah, I mean, like we're seeing on the top, these guys are smallmouth specialists.
Absolutely.
Chris Johnston, Austin Felix, Taku, Seth, Matt, even Tyler. I mean, those guys, Patrick too.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
nothing against the rest of the guys, but those guys are smallmouth specialists. They know what they're doing. if they're struggling like that, it's gotten tough.
Exactly.
You know, I only had one spot pretty much to go to. All my other groups left, but these guys have. Like I talked to Austin, he said he had 15 spots where he caught one over 3 pounds in practice. And it might have been more than that, 15 or 16. So these guys that keep rotating like Austin's doing, like Taku's doing, man, they're going to hit something. One of them is going to hit a school like Taku did yesterday and catch, 18, 19, 20 pounds in a few minutes.
Absolutely.
Those guys like Seth and Matt that are camping out, and those are my buddies, but after 11 o'clock, camping out on a deep spot like that, just what I know from the lake from being here for 3 or 4 days, man, that's tough to do after 11 o'clock. I just don't think those fish show back up on those spots until late in the afternoon, 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So these guys that are jumping around, I think, are the ones that are going to have a shot.
Yep.
Taku's going to hunt. He doesn't ever quit. He's going to get on there and live scope every single rock or crevice that he's looking at, and he's going to go to the next spot. He's not going to stop. I think Austin's running just, spots, like I said, where he caught a good one in practice, and these guys are going to get dangerous.
Absolutely.
Taku, Mark, Austin, this ain't over yet. Somebody's going to hit a school and get right really quick. I'd love to sit in Taku's boat all day and just watch him work.
He is good at that, that's for sure, dude.
You think Taku drank any Busch Light last night?
I don't think he drank as much as we did.
Okay, that's what I figured. Sake. They got plenty in Mobridge.
Plenty in Mobridge. If you come to Mobridge and you stay at New Everett Resort, like the perfect place to stay. You got gas, beer, ice,
food,
clean motels, food, best restaurant in town. You guys need to check them out.
Mr. Gabe.
Mr. Gabe. A little oil slick just pop up in front of Taku's boat. I saw several of them the other day.
When it gets this time of day and those herring get on top of the water, like Brock said, you can even smell the fish when you get around them. Yep. They get so high in the water column. It's like when you're fishing in salt water. You're from down south Louisiana. You'll see a slick from the bait getting so thick and close to the water. Just the oil off the fish makes a slick, and that's what Caleb was saying. He saw right there. He saw the slick.
You can pull up on an oil slick in saltwater and just get right. I mean, there'll be a school of fish pushed up, bait up, and just chewing them up and making a big oil slick. And it plays here as well too. I tried to make it work day 3 when it was a little calmer. Yeah. I'd run up and just see us all slick. I'd just stop and make a few casts. I never could get anything to go. I think the damage was already done by the time I got to the slick.
Yeah,
they've already eaten them and rolled out.
And it might be the smelt. I think a smelt's pretty much like a bogey.
Very
salt water, real oily. Yep. Real smelly. So
that might just been them swimming around.
There's definitely a bite in the abyss.
Yes.
5 foot or less out in 100 foot of water, but where do you start? Unless you're from here and you've spent so many years here. And I'm not even saying a locals crack that code.
Yeah, you'd have to troll. I mean, it'd be the only way to do it.
Taku's Smallmouth Disney Lane is swimming around in 150 foot of water, 5 foot underneath the surface.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we can't get it mixed up. These guys look like they're struggling right now, but the fish are in this lake. Talking to the guys at pre-practice last year, they absolutely obliterated them. Had so much fun. They were catching multiple 20-pound bags a day. The talk coming into this tournament is that we were actually going to compete with Ontario weights.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody should ever compare those two, though.
Nope. This one proved to be a little tougher.
That's like brand new comparing Lake Fork to Santee Cooper.
Yes, not two of the same.
Brian. These guys are in it right now. Nobody's talking.
They're in the zone.
He's on pins and needles right now.
This is the time of day where you start feeling it. The gears start grinding. The decisions need to be made, and this is what wins tournaments right here. This time of day when it gets tough.
Yeah.
Do I go do this? Just like what Seth was talking about out loud. Do I stay? Do I can't? Do I go hit the 3 or 4 more spots? Just like what you were saying. You know the guy that's going to hit the milk run is going to probably be the guy that comes out on top. He's got one following one. He knows it's smallmouth.
Looked like he threw a Nico rig to him, maybe.
You know, it's very hard to see. It's got to be very hard to see a Nico rig on forward-facing sonar. You know, you need that hard head, or you know.
Yeah, he's definitely fishing for fish way up in the water column here.
Yeah, he's not letting his stuff get down at all.
No. So, Taku's on the spot where I fished with him yesterday, which we were a couple hundred yards apart, but I saw him catch a couple good ones there. You've got a big ridge that comes out with 3 different rock veins on it, and I picked the wrong rock vein, obviously, to fish. There were 4 of them, actually. 3 on the down current side, and Taku was catching them on the up current side. And I think that's where he's at right now. I may be wrong. Everything looks the same in the background, but I think that's...
He is literally hunting this fish down.
Yeah. We saw him do this in the Classic at Hartwell this year in February or March, whenever we were there. Same thing. Herring chasers, he's out there. Nope, he's further down. He's on the double hump with the trees.
Yep, sure enough.
Yep, that's where Caleb had caught some there in practice right there. I never caught one. There's actually a couple big trees on that spot where Taku's at. Not saying that's what he's targeting, but there's definitely some trees there that those herring will hold up on for a minute and give those smallmouth something to sit down on. Yeah, this makes me feel real stupid. I only found one group of fish on that side of the lake, and I looked at it.
These fish weren't easily graphed. I feel like you could grab them sometimes. And
I found a group over there. There's a million of them. The only, you know, I told you.
Yep.
And I caught 2, boom, and then came back every single day practicing the tournament. They've never been there again.
Super pelagic fish.
And there's 150 points within a mile. You know.
Right.
They're like, why don't you just go down the next point? You can't. There's 100 of them.
That's right.
It'll take you all day to look at half of them.
And a lot of dead water. I mean, they're not on every point. Yep. You know, that's.
And they're not on the ones with the biggest rock or the best looking rock piles. Oh, there we go. Taku hooked up. Finally got that sucker to bite. Small one.
I think he just called that by how big he saw it on his graph. I mean, maybe how he felt it too, but.
Those cows like it.
Lots of cattle here. They call them fat cows here.
Oh, yeah.
Guy was helping me out, said, yeah, a fat cow chewed my heater block cord. I said, what you call that? He said, a fat cow.
Lazy cow. They'll lay down.
Like a cow? They are lazy. They just lay down in the water because they're so.
Yeah. Plenty of beef around Mobridge.
Buffalo, deer, bald eagles.
Yeah, I actually saw a buffalo drinking water yesterday in the tournament. And I drove by and took a video of it during the tournament. Right after I saw you.
Tatanka.
Yeah, there's a lot of wild, free-ranging buffalo.
Okay, let's go.
West side of the lake, I think.
No bass.
Taku's going to make a move, sounds like. No bass. I like his English. It's the perfect. He doesn't mess around.
Austin is very much so bouncing around. He was just down there at Tyler Rivette literally 2 minutes ago.
So Austin's where me and him started every day right now. He's checking it again. Oh, my gosh, that's where I caught that walleye. The little one.
So I practiced that swinging bank. You know, got on some fish, but they were all literally like small fish.
Where he's at, there's not much. There's only 2 points over there, and there's not a lot of stuff on it. A lot of it's just sand. I got a small walleye right there where he's at. You got to get, once you get around that corner, you start getting points again. So
right.
That little, call it 2 or 3 mile section around that bridge, man, it's, it definitely helps some fish.
Probably about 10, 20 minutes from giving up on this spot. It's getting very scarce with fish. It happened to me the first 2 days. They just kind of shut down and disappeared. I don't know if they go tight to bottom or they just kind of cruise out in the middle. But
yeah, I think
if this doesn't work, I'm gonna go try hitting a couple fresh spots, and where I caught a couple big ones on the Carolina rig yesterday. Need 2 more good ones.
Chris's ball game right now, man. Nobody's making a move.
How far is Austin back? 2 pounds, 2.5 pounds?
Yep. Nobody's caught a fish.
It's just that dead zone time of day.
This is the time of day when, man, like I said, I honestly believe 90% of the population goes way up in the water column and just roams around. You'll just see them swim around your boat. You did it with your big motor running.
Big motor running
over one and turn around and got them.
I mean, literally, these fish get so high in the water column. I went to leave a spot with my boat around on step and saw a 3-pound smallmouth with my eyeballs. Shut down my boat, waved him out. My 250 horsepower engine, Yamaha, was like literally blowing water out as I was taking off 30 foot away from this fish. Turn around, saw him again, threw a drop shot over there and reeled it in front of his face and ate it. It's just...
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's so insane how high in the water column these fish get.
Like that last fish Taku got, he got a web in the water column.
Yep.
If somebody can figure out how to catch them on a swim bait or a top water or a jerk bait out in the abyss, I mean, that's the missing link this week for sure, is after 11 o'clock figuring that out.
So there's a little grasshopper and mayfly thing going on this week as well. I feel like that's what those fish were, when they came up, that's what they were doing. They were scooping the grasshoppers and mayflies off the surface.
So we never had a calm day in practice, pretty much. You know, blew every day. I think if we'd have had a full day of calm, we could have figured out a lot more.
Absolutely.
And I'm not talking about running around, I'm just talking about figuring out what these fish do after 11 o'clock when it gets hot and sunny and calm.
Yep.
You can just see them in your eyes. Like you said, they'll be out there eating grasshoppers. You know, whether you catch them on a popper or a hair jig.
Whatever,
you know.
right.
There's definitely a bite out there that we didn't get to maximize this week, or I didn't. Chris is just doing what he does. You know, he's out there live scoping. He's a Garmin guy, I think.
Yep.
Just using live scope, dropping on them, drop shots, Ned rigs, the same stuff. You know, this guy's done this his whole life. He's taking a lot of money from a lot of people. Doing what he's doing.
That's right.
Him and Corey have had live scope since it came out, pretty much. And they're good at it. Chris Johnston's arguably the best smallmouth fisherman in the world.
It's very hard. I mean, it's a very good argument.
And right now, he's going to be hard to beat.
If I could figure out where these things go, I'd be a rich man.
Yeah, see, it's the time of day when these fish move. They go up in the water column.
Yep.
But I don't know what Chris is using. I'm guessing he's throwing that, was it a
CJ Smasher by Spro.
Spro, CJ Smasher, him and Corey's baits, little drop shot bait, probably green pumpkin. Actually, I think I saw him with a white one on there, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of guys this week used white baits. Like me too, besides on my Carolina rig. Those fish are eating smelt, herring, shad, stuff like that. So you see a lot of guys dropping white baits here. It's because of that predominant, you know,
shad
base. You know, that's what they're eating. So that's why you see these guys dropping white baits here compared to a lot of places with throw green pumpkin and stuff like that.
Yep.
Even with the Ned rigs, a lot of guys were throwing some shade of shad.
Really?
You know what I mean? I was throwing just a half and half, you know, half green pumpkin, half white, pretty much. Not that I even caught a bass on it at the tournament, but I had it tied on.
I caught on my whole 5 Frazier 611 yesterday on the Ned rig.
Smallmouth love it.
Gotta throw it.
I'd love to see somebody pick up a big spinner bait or a whopper popper or something right now and get on the bank and catch some big ones. I've talked to a lot of people that caught them in practice on the bank, or you saw some big ones on the bank yesterday. After 11 o'clock,
that's right.
You have to change in my mind. Not have to, obviously, but there's a different bite. They go to the bank, they start roaming up in the water column. It's hard to catch them out there in 100 foot of water. They don't sit on anything. So I think a guy that went to the bank with a swim bait or a top water or a big spinner bait, chatterbait, something like that, could catch a couple 5-pounders at the end and make a move.
Absolutely.
These fish are going and roaming after 11 o'clock when that sun gets high, and they're eating. I mean, that's what these fish do. They don't sit down there on a rock like they do at the St. Lawrence River. They don't have current bringing bait to them.
That's exactly
They got to
right.
swim around here. It's a totally different lake. It's like going to Lake Murray, where Davey's from, or Hartwell or something like that. These fish roam around and eat. They eat. You know, they got a high metabolism, you know. This place is frozen in the wintertime. They're constantly eating and swimming around looking for something to eat.
That's right.
These look like
over the deep water. I did not.
I tried. I just never figured it out. There's a deal there that's missing 100%. 100%. But I think it needs to be called.
Has to be to get their attention, I think.
Like,
yeah.
Like this, you'd have to throw like a swim bait or something. They get that far in the surface, not that far. So who is this, Chris? He's only in 14 foot of water. That's where I missed a lot of stuff too. I think I fished too deep.
I did the same. I was focused in that 20 to 25 zone. I think you were fishing a little bit deeper.
Yeah, I mean, I had some bites that messed me up. My first 2 drops in 42 foot of water. The first day of practice, I had 2 4-pounders, and there was like 30 of them with it. You know, and I spent the rest of like pretty much 2 more days looking out there that deep, looking for those mother loads, and all my groups left, like gone. Checked them every day. They were all gone. I had one group stay. That's where I caught my fish.
So pelagic.
A lot of tension out there right now, not a lot of talking. Something's going to happen in the next hour or two, and somebody's going to make another $100 grand.
Oh, he looks like he got one about 60, 70 foot out.
He's up there real shallow. See, I think getting up there shallower this time of day is a smart move. It's just so hard. There's so many carp and walleye and catfish and pike.
So much life in this
swimming
lake.
around. It's hard to see them and or know what's what to throw at. You can't throw at everything. You get around a lot of carp on those rock piles. And I caught a big walleye right where Chris is in practice. Give a shout out to my wife back at home, Taryn. I love you, baby Lane. They might be watching right now. And my parents, my mom and dad, they've been taking care of my baby when Taryn was sick this week. She's been real sick. And I'm sure my sister and Brad are watching too.
Heck yeah.
Big shout out to everybody.
I'm missing home pretty big time myself, man.
Yep, I'm missing my baby girl and my wife and my dog. Shout out to Bean.
Oh.
No doubt. The Whiskey Myers boys, I think they're back home. They were just up here. They were in Cheyenne, Wyoming last week. Barely missed them. Right above Jake's house.
That's not far at all.
No, me and Jake talked about going, but he had to go to the Bassmaster High School National Championship on Hartwell. He had to go film. Or he would have been there. We've even had Davey Hite at a Whiskey Myers concert this year.
Till 2 in the morning.
Changed them. Changed man. I figured Davey was more of a ZZ Top or a Stevie Ray Vaughan fan than a Whiskey Myers.
No doubt.
So we've changed Davey Hite into a Southern rock country music fan. Even Dave Mercer was there.
Even Dave Mercer was there.
So we're changing these guys one at a time.
We actually had to fish the next day too. How'd you do that day?
I got 3 bass in the last minute.
We stayed down to shut down, and then we drove back and fished day 3 at Chickamauga.
Hey, legend has it, Mercer showed up.
We're just kind of going up
before
this
showdown.
other side.
10 minutes.
Normally is good, but just need one.
Hey.
So you're hearing Chris go through his head right now. He thinks he needs one more, and that's what he needs right now.
It's crazy.
One more. I mean, he's got the lead, but one more almost seals it unless somebody hits that mother load. So you're hearing Chris's thoughts. You know, every good angler, when they're about to win, has a game plan in their head. Not that it always works.
But he knows what he needs.
Every victory, every trophy that I've won, man, I can remember. Not that it goes right every time, but you have a plan and a process. And that's what Chris is thinking right now. He's going, I need to hit this, this, and this, or change whatever he's thinking. I don't know what he's thinking, but you can hear him talking to himself. He knows he's one bite away from getting right in this tournament and making a $100 grand and win another blue trophy.
That's right.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
3.5 hours fishing time left for the 10 anglers left in the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe here on Championship Sunday. 3 hours minus travel time. Travel time might be affected by some freshening southerly winds hitting this big lake system that runs basically north to south. There's your leaderboard right now, and a very, very close at the top with Chris Johnston and Austin Felix. Those two have been occupying those two spots for a good amount of time on this final day. We have seen much more fish catching than we have seen in the 3 previous days, especially through the first 2 or 3 hours out there on the lake. We've also got Mark Frazier, Taku Ito, and Seth Fighter possible to join the fray as well. But right now, let's take a look at what we have seen with our Toyota Midday Report.
Exactly right, Tommy. Toyota Midday Report. It has been a day of game changers. One of those game changers is our guy, Seth Fighter, doing a lot of work today as he did yesterday in this Toyota Midday Report with a Carolina rig. Yeah. Quality was definitely there for Seth Fighter, but he is still, Tommy Sanders, sitting on 4 bass. Broke off a big one that actually would have put him near the lead, though. 4 fish in his live well, all quality for Seth Fighter.
Fighter been on a good trajectory over the past day and a half here. Of course, he had 13.4 on day 2, but day 3 bounced back with a 19.5. Chance of Seth Fighter hooking up with a giant. We never discount that.
Yeah, and we're going to have to definitely show that fish again. That is a critical bass, that one that he broke off. We did not get to see that on FS1. Big one here that we got to see late in the morning with Seth Fighter, getting it done with a Carolina rig. And I'll tell you, a Zoom Speed Craw has been a big player in this tournament, but not for this man right here. Taku Ito going on a big-time flurry this morning. Ain't that right, Such?
You know it, Chairman. Taku Ito with 17.4 on day 1, 16.13, and 15.6 his worst day yesterday, but never lacking for confidence, never doubting his superpowers with smallmouth.
Exactly. Going to it with a Nico rig, 4-inch shrimp style bait that a couple of people feel is mimicking some of the grasshoppers around Lake Oahe. A kind of an interesting gig right there. But Taku Ito slowly trailing off each day of this tournament, either a pound to a pound and a half lighter. Gonna need some big ones today from Taku, but a big morning for Mark Frazier.
Mark Frazier of Georgia in his 2nd year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Had a good season so far, and just continues to show that he's bound for the top tier sooner, probably, rather than later.
Exactly right, and really one of the things that we said today is it seems like this tournament, Mark Frazier either catches a 4 to 5 pounder or a 12-incher and not many 3-pounders. Well, this morning it was all 3-pounders. The majority of his work was done with a Ned rig earlier today. Got to see him doing a lot of drop shotting in an area all by himself, about, call it 20 to 25 miles south of our takeoff.
Frazier used a lot of his experience on spotted bass in Georgia, fishing offshore, kind of triangulating without forward-facing sonar just a few years ago, and now he said using that has helped him be a little bit more efficient on fish that aren't around structure. As we go over to Austin Felix, our day 3 leader, the guy who charged hard on day 2 with 23 pounds.
Absolutely. Had a disappointing day 1 and had a couple of mishaps and missteps, bad luck in some cases, but really, since then, he has been the story of this tournament.
Exactly right, Tommy. And as we said, a Carolina rig. That cat kind of got out of the bag 2 days ago. Lee Livesey throwing a lot of love to some of the other anglers in your top 10 today. Getting it done with a Carolina rig. Speed Craw has been a massive player for this man right here, Austin Felix. And as we saw yesterday, looking for his first victory in the Bassmaster Elite Series, he's going to need a few of those key late-day calls to chase down, well, one of the other best smallmouth fishermen in the world, this guy right here, Chris Johnston.
Chris Johnston always casts a huge shadow anytime we go up north and do smallmouth bass fishing. He's certainly been the guy to watch out for. He was your day 2 leader, as a matter of fact, and has been super solid until yesterday when he dropped off about 2 pounds, much like everyone else in the field.
Yeah, he did. He was just lacking quality on semifinal Saturday. Not the case today, catching some really, really nice ones. And the one thing about Chris Johnston, we talked about it earlier this morning during our broadcast. You could tell he definitely knew he lost pace yesterday. Not very happy when they marched out the top 10 for Championship Sunday. Chris Johnston, that's your Toyota midday report right there. Tommy Sanders wrapping it up. Game changer.
Absolutely, game changer for sure. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. As we say, we got about 3.5 hours left of fishing. And Ronnie Moore, is it down to a two-person race at this time, or could someone else really insert themselves into the question?
Well, I mean, honestly, looking at Bass Track, it's a lot easier to say, yes, it's a two-person race with the two guys, Chris Johnston and Austin Felix. But with Taku Ito, Mark Frazier, and Seth Feider all having 12 to 13, maybe 14 pounds, the ability to jump up to 18 is still there for those guys. They've definitely caught more fish than our leaders have. They just haven't gotten the size. They can still make up that gap, but I do think that it's getting close. As the hours pass, it becomes a two-person race more and more.
Such, we base our impression of a day of fishing here based on what we see, which is not everybody, but we are seeing everybody today. Is it that much better today as far as catch rates and size for these anglers?
We'll figure that out at the end of the day, but apparently as they're coming in with only 10 guys, yeah, we've had a pretty dang good catch rate today.
All right, Z, when does the afternoon fish catching really launch full time? It's hard to say. It's been different every day, right?
Definitely, and I think the thing that you really have to look at is we went through that Toyota midday report. You start to look at the size of fish. I've always said this about Bass Track. I pay attention to it. It's like my brother-in-law. I pay attention, but I don't quite trust it at times. I think the weights are a lot more condensed together at the top. Really look for the one thing that we've seen is that those bigger than average sized fish that Chris Johnston was catching on days 1 and 2, they have shown back up in that one little primary area above the 212 bridge, and he has locked into that spot. We heard him say, I might just camp out here all day looking for a big bag. This whole tournament comes down to, is Austin Felix going to go to those areas that we saw him on days 1 and days 2 down near the bridge where he did not catch many, but he definitely had some late day big ones the first, well, really 3 days of this tournament.
Tommy, I'll say with what Zona said and what Austin said leaving the dock this morning, it seems like maybe something that fans don't want to see. A guy who starts or ends the day so strong on day 3 at an area and then decides not to start there. He's kind of mature with his game plan and said, no, I'm not going to force that issue. I'm going to wait till the time of day where they bit yesterday and go back there. So I would expect to see some kind of fireworks from Austin this afternoon, Z.
Well, let's talk some more about Austin Felix while we get out on the lake with the aforementioned Austin Felix, our leader by about 3 pounds to start this day, and that lead has been eroded considerably by one Chris Johnston.
I don't know if he's gonna help or not. I guess now's as good a time as any to figure all this out. Take a moment.
The one thing I'll say, Tommy, you said, is it a 2-horse race? I do not want to forget about, and it's a guy that we haven't heard from. I've been waiting for an update. I just reached out to his cameraman to see. But Patrick Walters being out of service every day around this time. We'll normally get some kind of update from them numbers-wise, and maybe we can see the footage later. But sitting in 10th with 0 fish today, has not pinged since 9 o'clock.
I don't know.
Taku Ito hooks up. We'll see what Patrick might have in just a little bit.
He had that sneaky 20-pound bag on day 1. We didn't hear anything from him all day.
Okay, yes. It's a good call. Wow. Come on. Yeah. Come on, Taku's boat. It's a 100% Taku time. One cast back, one cast by. Two cast, two fish, big one. Two cast, two fish, big one. Perfect.
Tommy, did he say it's 1,000% or 100,000% Taku time?
Not so giant.
That is,
Not so giant. Yeah. Not so giant. Hopefully, maybe no, bad call. Okay. I think a good call. I think not so big one. Oh yeah. Pretty close.
Watch him get unhooked from this fish right here. TH Marine Weather Watch, 80 degrees right now. Projected to hit 90 degrees today. The wind at 8 miles an hour, so still not too overwhelming.
Not bad.
South-southeast.
We're supposed to get pretty chippy out there today around lunchtime. We're supposed to get some south winds all the way up to 20 miles an hour.
Hasn't happened yet, but we got a lot of time left, as we say.
Talked to Troy Deedy last night, a guy who has a lot of experience here and has kind of clued us in coming into the event what he thought. I said, I don't need much from you. I just wanted to know, is this played out like you thought it would? And he said, I didn't think that, I thought that everything so far on day 1 and 2 would be like it was, but yesterday he thought he'd see a couple 20-pound bags and we didn't see any. He said that from this week on out, the water temperatures significantly cool off as the days get shorter. It can happen very quick up in this region. So maybe we're a week or two out from them really putting on their fall feed bag, which we would normally consider, in New York, maybe mid-September to October, really heavily. Yeah. Michigan, same kind of things, I guess. But it might start here late last week, August, when they start doing that.
No, fish don't like me. Oh yeah.
We talked about it. We were digging for it. Actually, asked to the production truck about that one that Seth broke off. That is a big factor in this tournament.
Spot, like 12 miles that way, and it's just, I don't know if I want to go all the way over there for one.
Yeah, with him having 4, he would, that fish would have him within 2 pounds of the lead.
That was a critical bite.
Tyler Rivette's got 1 left to a limit. He's moved himself up the leaderboard in his starting position today.
Hey, Ronnie, or actually, Such probably knows this, is
wow.
We definitely have to address this with another Bassmaster Elite Series event, back-to-back, coming up here in the next week. What does happen if we have a Chris Johnston, Austin Felix tie? Like, what goes down? How do we handle that?
Well, because the sunset, and you'll probably correct me on specific timings, Such, of how late in the
Pretty
evening.
late up here. I mean, it's 8:39 almost still.
You know, if I say
They could have
8-ish,
a
he might
fish off,
say
is what you're
8:07.
saying.
But yeah, we have plenty of time in the evening that probably by 4 o'clock today, 5 o'clock, you know, local time.
Weigh and done,
they'd have 3 hours to be able to do a sudden death fish off possibly. But most of the time, it'll be up to the discretion of the tournament director and the 2 anglers that are tied that, do you want to do this fish off or do you want to fish tomorrow?
Okay. Okay.
This is a guy who could stay 8 seconds on the walleye up statue. That's what I want to see.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So there's potential. There could be some Bassmaster live tomorrow morning. So what?
No one in studio has talked about that at all.
Tomorrow's a travel day to go 9 hours to
Other events we've said that. We did not say that.
I imagine something could be cobbled together.
Yes, for sure.
And, rock, paper, scissors, something.
Yeah. There's 15, 20 fish here at least. Just need 2 decent ones to bite. They're hard to get to bite out here for some reason, but just got a trick too. Tried the old rig and nothing, so gonna try Finesse. 2 good bites.
We've never had a tying a fish off in an elite event, correct? We had it in a TTBC one time. We've had it in the Opens a few times.
Four times in the Opens.
Never had it in an elite.
Yeah, he's got our big bag. Chris Johnston does 16 pounds, 6 ounces. He's got the 212 and a 210 though. Everything else, one's a 4-pounder, a couple 3 1/4, 312.
I know he's weighing his, but I just feel like I've seen more than 16.6 from him today.
I agree with that.
And Felix started 3 pounds, 14 ounces ahead of Johnston. He's in second. His bag says 12.0. He's got 2 1 3/4 pounders in there. And he is 8 ounces back right now. Ito has the second biggest bag on the day at 15 pounds. He started 6, 5, 15 back.
That's exactly right. Taking a look at Chris Johnston, he has been a big-time story this entire tournament. Slipping up a little bit off the pace yesterday. We're going to do a get ready, Tommy Sandals, a Mercury Dare to compare. Taking a look at these anglers, a big day 2 for Austin Felix. It was kind of a grimy day 1 for Austin Felix, 14 pounds and 2 ounces. Could have been a little bit better, but did not catch a lot of fish. So consistent for Chris Johnston on the first 2 days of this tournament. But yesterday, a big-time killer. Really never found anything over 3 pounds. Not the case today. And as we said, those weights are unofficial for day 4. Mercury Dare to compare, pretty much coming down the wire right now with Austin Felix. Chris Johnston, Mercury Dare to compare. How about that, Tom?
There it is, the comparison, the matchup that's taking place right now at the top of our leaderboard. Chris Johnston with the edge over Austin Felix for now.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
Live fishing on the final day, Championship Sunday. You know, we started this Bassmaster Elite Series about 6 months ago. Down on the St. Johns River in Florida, we have been many a mile since then, and we've identified 7 winners so far. We'll get number 8 at the end of it all today. Weigh-in, incidentally, as a note for you, program note starts at 4 Eastern Time, 3 Central Time, or local time right here on Bassmaster.com. Chris Johnston and Austin Felix, you see how close they are right now. You could call it a two-man race, but there's just too much fishing time. Too many things that could happen to change that whole landscape for us. We'll see if that happens or not. We're going to hang with these guys. We got cameras in each of our 10 boats. Not everyone we're able to connect with at this time, but hopefully we can do that.
There you go. Pretty much the story of the tournament right now. These 2 anglers. Chris Johnston looking for his second victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Austin Felix, really the next few hours, probably the most critical few hours in his young professional fishing career, trying to take down one of the best smallmouth fishermen ever, fair to say. From the on water right now with Austin Felix and Chris Johnston live.
And sunset tonight in Mobridge, South Dakota is 8:39.
Confirmed they would fish tonight, by the way, during a commercial break.
Oh.
Okay, really?
In a,
wow,
timed?
Probably sudden death. You let them
Sudden
get out
death.
to their starting spot. They have a cameraman and probably a Bassmaster tournament official in the boat with them, so probably 3 people total in the boat. And then whenever they get to their spot, you can
Lines
start
in.
fishing. Yep, and then we'd have a confirmed 12-inch keeper to knock it out.
Do you get to go 70 miles to get to your starting spot?
That's right. I think that we've done that in other past sudden death fish-offs for sure.
Let them get to their spot. Right.
Yeah, get to their spot, then start, not from takeoff.
You don't have to.
No.
You don't have to go to someone else's ordained spot. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's something to go down and look
I
at.
saw the release boat over there.
I certainly wouldn't want to fish anyone else's spots if the 2 people out there beat everyone else. Like,
come on, one bite it.
We opened up the show on Fox earlier today. Tommy, if you actually go to the top of that show, this is how we said this day could turn out in this tournament.
Z, I know this place is different from anywhere else we ever go, but in general, do the bait fish tend to inhabit or go to different sorts of areas in different parts of the day? Or are they just as random as possible?
It's weird now that we can really talk about it. There was, Ronnie was hitting on this. If you talk to a lot of the anglers, really, the presence of bait fish, there was almost like there was a dividing line. And I know Ronnie talked about this yesterday, where a lot of the walleye anglers said, early in the year, there's a very big forage, bait fish forage on the north end of this lake, and then it slowly tapers itself southward towards the dam. And it seems like that dividing line was about 4 or 5 miles north of the 212 bridge towards the dam. And you could talk to Patrick Walters, the reason he made massive wicked runs this entire week towards the dam, 60 to 70 miles each day, was the presence of bait fish, and the fish were just built better. We've seen a lot of skinny bass within 15 miles of the takeoff. But in the cliff notes on that, a lot of these points from the 212 south towards the dam, Tommy, they would have bait on them all day long. And a lot of these anglers felt that the main river channel, the main basin, would replenish those points each day with more smallmouth because of the bait staying there. Austin Felix said that area that he caught that giant bag on day 2 with Lee Livesey, he said that point had clouds of 1.5 to 2 inch shad. And that's the other thing. Last year when these guys climbed on them, they've talking to Seth, he felt that they were eating a lot of river herring, bigger bait fish. That was not the case this time around. It was a very, very small forage.
Fish are still under me. I'm in 35 foot of water here. I'm just trying to drop straight on them right now. Just trying to Ned right now. So I caught them on day 1. I really don't want to have to run another 10 minutes away from the ramp, but I might have to.
You could tell listening to Chris Johnston the last hour and a half. He has the calculator going on in his head what he needs to win this tournament. He's talked about it all day long.
Missed it.
And when we look at Bass Track Z, clarification-wise, we both said it when Chris Johnston has 16 pounds in the live well on Bass Track, I feel like it's more because the quality of his fish have been bigger. When Austin Felix has 12, it's much easier for that to be accurate because we haven't seen anything significant to make that weight grow tremendously. Like, you can't be skewed off a 2-pounder that much to make a difference. But when you stack 5 3-pounders for Chris Johnston, you can have some error and him be a little low.
Yes. Yes. And Chris is notoriously a little bit low on his weights.
Still waiting to get a report from Patrick Walters, cameraman. They've been.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh, that looks good.
That's a big one.
There's a little more urgency on this one.
Yeah, it looked like this could be his biggest of the day.
Boy, he dropped his rig fast and got on this one, didn't he?
And when you hook up with one and you say yes, means you achieved what you were looking at.
I got 2.5 pounds first. Come here. Yes. Come here. Golly, he's barely hooked. Barely hooked. But we got him. Oh, give it one of them. There was like a dozen with him.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. My bad. What the hell if I clamped it first? Stop flicking around.
That's a big time catch right there.
Green's gotta go. Move over.
Would you have that one at all?
Oh, 3 1/4. 3 1/4.
Pound and a half upgrade.
More left down there.
Back in the lead.
One or two more of those and he'll get to a weight that's acceptable for him today. Obviously, we said 20 is what you're always shooting for. 18 like you had yesterday would be great. Even a 16-pound bag, but getting up closer to his lowest bag of the week at 14 would be, you know, you haven't let yourself down.
It's only his second fish over 3 pounds. He still has one fish that on his bass track is 1 pound, 12 ounces. And his next smallest is a 2 1/4.
He has done this every single day, though. He has made late calls really every day of this event, except for day one when we were with him, and it was just slow and grimy. But yesterday, he gave himself that lead the last hour of fishing.
Well, he's going to drop down on those ones he saw, the other ones he saw there. Let's take a quick moment for some strike. We're not going to go away. We're just going to do a Striker Daily Trivia here for you.
Trying to still remain at batting 1,000 a day, Tommy. You know,
I understand.
I'd love to keep the record.
You're way up there. You're on Mount Olympus, which is where the buffalo roam. There now, South Dakota's Jamie Fralick.
Yes.
Remember Jamie Fralick? We all do. Led which Bassmaster Classic? Was it Lay Lake in 07?
I know this one.
Was it
man,
2009 at Red River? Was it Lay Lake in 2010, or was it the second one of that decade in the Red River, 2012?
I'm so mad, Tommy. I knew the lake, or I knew the river, but
you don't remember
I didn't know the year.
Oh, that's the trick, isn't it?
Okay,
So
so
was
Z,
it when I started high school
of
or
it.
ended high school? Which one?
which year was it, Z? We're gonna ask and answer.
I am going with 2012 Red River.
I'll say 09, just to be different.
I might go with you on
Red
that,
River.
09.
I think it
Jamie
was
Fralick era.
It's been a little while.
He led day
It was
2,
09.
2009.
but fell
Yes.
to 8. He's got 3 of South Dakota's 4 classic qualifications. Troy Deedy is the other.
Noted angler back in
Nice.
the previous decade for sure. Remember Jamie Fralick quite well. We're going to take a quick break here. Austin Felix back on top, and we'll be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
Oh, we live for Championship Sunday, that is for sure. And our live coverage of Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite here in South Dakota at Lake Oahe is going to continue on here. There is more fishing time left, and there's only one more Championship Sunday after this one. It happens 8 days from today, a week from Monday, the Upper Mississippi River. But right now, Bass Track shows us that Austin Felix is the man on top, having retaken that lead from Chris Johnston. Caught a 3 1/4 pound smallmouth bass. A group of them showed up on his spot just a few minutes ago. He dropped down and got one of them.
And we're approaching the winning weight from 2018 here. It was 69 pounds.
That's right, yeah.
Wow.
And 9 ounces.
And 9 ounces. I was going to say and change, but I knew you'd come in with the clutch correction.
All right, we're going to get back out of the water right now. 4 bass in his live well. Solid ones at that. Did break off a costly one getting out with Seth Fighter live.
Looks 11.
All kinds of stuff. Blowers, Mountain Dew.
All the essentials.
Looks like it made it.
Nope. Don't think it did, Such. There's a correction right there for you, Ronnie.
I like it. Thank you, Z, for having my back. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, stand down.
Oh, just having fun. Having a time.
See, I got an unofficial Striker Daily Trivia.
Let's
There's
go.
some gizzard shad in this lake. What do you think the biggest one ever caught in Lake Oahe, Gizzard Shad.
3 pounds, 10 ounces.
Higher.
What?
Higher.
Wow. Higher.
No.
Higher.
Very 4 pounds, 4 ounces.
Very pale
Another half a
smallmouth.
pound, Z. It is the world record gizzard shad from Lake Oahe of 412. 412.
kidding
Can you
me. What a
imagine a gizzard
joke.
shad that big?
No.
No.
Tommy, exactly.
Seen a bunch of fish. I'm not sure if they're bass right here or not. Just giving this spot a couple minutes. They're not really acting like bass. Just kind of trolling around outside the shoal. I'm trying to find
So,
one
Such,
suspended one.
I'm gonna see your unofficial Striker Daily Trivia with I'm gonna drop a little knowledge on you.
Good.
Got to talk to John Cox, but we had a camera with him on day number 1 because the Angler of the Year race.
Right.
And he said he caught, this is no joke, he said he caught, and Polinick said this, they caught so many different species. Pollock said there was more species of fish in this lake than any other lake he's ever been to, but Cox said, I caught this is no joke, he said, I caught a giant shad that had huge teeth.
What?
And I said, do you have a picture? He's like, no. He goes, I released it immediately. I was scared of it, but exactly, why not? What a joke.
Well, downriver they have a hatchery for Atlantic salmon and Chinook salmon that they.
No, they don't.
What?
I think that's right, though. Atlantic salmon. Really? Landlocked Atlantic salmon. Sounds like a contradiction.
I think they get them to run up this stairway raceway, and they get them and capture their eggs and breed them and put them back in the lake, and then feed the salmon to
I know
people.
Chinooks, they do that, you know, and kokanee, all that kind of stuff. But I just never heard of it with Atlantic, that particular species.
A state record Atlantic salmon was caught here, 6'11", about 2 years ago. The Chinook was a 31.5 pounder, 2016.
Shows how dumb I am.
Tommy, well, we got a little lull in the action watching Chris Johnston, Austin Felix fighting it out to the end today. Tommy, we'd like some of the viewers, too, to chime in on this. Give me a winning weight for the Mississippi River next week, friendo. Yeah, wow.
Say 66?
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. What do we got? Feels heavy.
16 and a half.
Not fighting like a bass, though. Got me a little nervous. It's a bass. It's gonna help. I don't know if he's just playing possum down there or what. Just dead weight. Pretty sure he'll help. Come on. Need this one. Not a giant. But I think he'll help. I think this is a skinny mini one. Look at how skinny that thing is. His spine's sticking out. He's not gonna weigh a lot. I don't know if that's like a dinosaur or what.
If we get a weight on
He's
this
old.
and it doesn't help, then we'll know what his smallest is for sure.
Right now it's listed as 210. Yeah, it says 212, so.
This is an old fish. Two and a half.
Be interesting to know if this 2.5 helps or not.
All right. I haven't weighed any of these, so that last one I caught was 2.5, so we're gonna see what these small ones weigh.
While he does that, Z, got a message from a local, Johnston.
That one should be a 3-pounder all day.
Heidinger, that says John Cox caught what's called a golden eye, the only shad-looking fish with teeth. And then I believe Gene Gilliland followed it up with a message that also said the same thing, golden eye. It's native to the Missouri River.
Ronnie, our friend Scott Canterbury said Matt Airy had a pic of it.
So that
and we have it. Next time you get to the screen of knowledge, it looks like a shad with teeth. It really does. Something out of the Amazon.
Kind of glad because he's not healthy. So he's 2.5, and he didn't help. So our smallest is over 2.5.
Okay, which is accurate to bass track.
But it must not be that much more then.
Yeah.
Tommy Sanders, fair to say, we knew coming into this day, Austin Felix having the lead. Somebody in that top 5 was going to press him. Well, it's been the smallmouth magician from Canada, Chris Johnston, starting his work early, and Austin Felix definitely answering, catching a limit early. Carolina rig, a little bit of drop shot, has lived primarily one area of the lake. Austin Felix, not quite as big a bag as we've seen throughout this tournament with him, but has done his job. And then Chris Johnston catching one here moments ago. Not really sure it gave him too much. As we said, this was going to go down to the wire. That is the case. And if you beat that man right there, if Austin Felix beats Chris Johnston, hey, bud, you have done something. That is your Power Pole replay of the day.
Well, there you go. That one did not help Chris Johnston. That the skinny one there that he talked about did not help the cause for him. Nope. But Austin Felix now remains on top of our leaderboard right now. Taku Ito, Mark Frazier, and Seth Fider, closest pursuers. We haven't heard from them with any big fish in quite some time now. But there is still plenty of time left. We're taking a break and coming right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Wanted to bring it in for a little bit of screen of knowledge, not only for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake, but also what Scott Canterbury, Matt Airy, and Mark Zono were talking about, that golden eye shad that is native here in the Missouri River, which is Lake Oahe. And Tommy, I kind of understand from this photo why they have named the golden-eyed shad, you know, its name.
Yeah, it's got kind of a golden eye.
I like that. It's very astute. But here's the...
Well, it's really not a gold.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's more of a bronze.
Exactly, Z. But you can see, you can see there, if you zoom in tightly, the teeth on the bottom of that shed are definitely unique. But as we get over to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, wanted to wrap up the week, and we had mentioned yesterday, only look at the left side of the screen for my fantasy teams, because those two teams are the only people who made the cut for yesterday to fish. But for Drain the Lake and for Rapala, I've got at least almost 50% of my team made the final day. I have 3 going today with Cody Huff, Brian New, and Austin Felix. And Z, I wanted to just claim my right. I told you last year when we came up with Mercury Drain the Lake and added that to the already great Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, that Mercury Drain the Lake was going to be for those people who know bass fishermen through and through, because you're going to have to use most of your field. We have 10 events, 8 anglers per event you have to use. You're going to use 80 of the 90 possible anglers. You're going to have to know these angler skills and when to use them. And right now, overall, I'm going to just go ahead and throw it up there that I'm in 131st overall, okay, in Drain the Lake for the year. We have one more event left, a lot of work still to be done, 99.4%. But listen to this. If Austin Felix wins today, he'll get 300 bonus points for not only winning, that's the incentive. If you pick the winner, because you only get to pick them once per year, if you pick them, you get double the points, and he'll have the biggest bag of the event, which was 23 pounds on day 2. That's another 40 added to it, and 5 more bonus points for leading a day of an Elite Series event. So not only will he get me top points, but he'll get me 345 extra points today, which would move me from 131st, roughly, Z, into the top 30 going into the final event of the season. So I just wanted to say that even though Rick Pierce's son, the owner of Basscat, Dylan Pierce, is leading, and we got confirmation it's his son Dylan, even though Dylan Pierce is leading and Neil Paul is in second, I'm coming for that fishing trip with you. I told you, we're going to make it happen.
I'm taking Neil Paul.
Whether
I'm
you
not
want me or not. That's fine. Maybe if I did win, I'll donate the trip to somebody else, Z.
Tommy, I'll tell you something. He not only did he tell me, Ronnie told me off when he told me that. You understand me? We're going to get back out of the water right now. Good stuff. And by the way, Such, real quick, I'd love some more trivia. If that golden eye shad thing is related to like a golden dorado. Back to Austin Felix live.
We'll look into it.
A mahi-mahi?
I doubt it.
Ooh.
It's been tough. It's been a grind. I'm getting a few bites. I caught one out of this school. It's out here. That was a good one, and caught it dropping vertically. They just swam under the boat at one point, but they're not set up just like sitting there like they were yesterday, as far as I can tell. They're just swimming around. They've come back through once or twice and followed my bait around, but I haven't been able to get any of them to commit. If we can get 2 more to commit, we got a shot at this. Yeah, today has been pretty dang slow so far. We have not caught a good one all day. We've caught a bunch of little ones, which has it's been kind of completely backwards for how my whole week's been. I've not been getting a lot of bites all week, but what I do catch has been really good quality. So I don't really know what the difference is today. They're a lot easier to, I mean, they seem to be a lot easier to catch, but they're just the wrong size so far. So we're still just bouncing around trying to find us a good wad of them. We found more actual good schools today than it was kind of like practice was. Like there was a lot of good schools roaming around, but I hadn't been seeing them the last 3 days. So today, oh, I missed him. Today's the first day I've seen them actually gang back up on some of these places. Keep hoping we bust enough of these little ones and we're going to pop a big one here in a minute. Come up here if you want and you can look at this rock. It's just covered in them. We're fixing to toss up there in the middle of them and probably see them go crazy. See that big old rock right there that's got them all around it? There goes my bait down there. There they go. Flying down to the bottom of it. Lost him. Come on, they're all staring at it. We're about to see this thing and freak out. Not gonna do it. Looks like another good one. Please come here. Oh yeah, it's a big one. Oh God. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I mean, they're not giant, but it's bigger than that little pound and a half we got. Three and a quarter. Weight's gotta go.
Let's go, dude. You got it.
Come on now. Let's do this. Let's fucking do this!
Gets him another pound and a half cull. Gets rid of that pound and 3/4. You can tell that means a lot, Z. 2 3-pounders in the last 30 minutes for him.
15 pounds on the day, and he's just over 70 pounds.
Hey, man. That's awesome. That just heard it from the truck. That's about as excited as you'll see Austin Felix, but it's a big deal. I know we're going to talk to Davey before the end of our broadcast. To win one of these, look, man, there are guys watching this that fish the Bassmaster Elite Series with major titles that don't have a victory on the Elite Series. This is a big, big moment in this person's life. And to do it against some of the guys in this top 10, you've done something. It's awesome.
will say this: in his, young career, he's been on the Elite Series since 2020, so this is his third year on the Elite Series. But he's been a pro traveling for about 7 years or so. Came over from the FLW Tour. He was a college national champion. He won with the University of Minnesota at Lake Keowee, which is a deep, clear water spot at Bass Place just above Lake Hartwell. He had 11 top 10s while with FLW throughout the FLW Tour and things like that. And then he's already got 9 top 10s on the Bassmaster tournament trail with a couple top 10s that crouched up to 4th place. So he's definitely won before, but not at the tournament level, at the top tournament level, especially doing something that he's very good at like this.
Felix stretching that lead a little bit for us right there. Been a while since we checked on this area of the lake here, where we find Seth Ryder and Matt Robertson.
These two.
These two, yeah, that's the two and only.
Absolutely. Seth Ryder still sitting on, I believe he still has 4. Is that right, Ronnie?
I haven't seen a bait in a while. They might bite.
Yeah, I think he still has 4 for 12 and change.
Where was he at?
Matt Robertson hooked up.
Big?
Remember, he started the day in 2nd place. Matt Robertson did. Currently finds himself almost 14 pounds
Is there a
behind.
bunch under your boat? Does it? And they just need a little break. Huh?
I ain't boat flipping you. Huh?
Maybe they just need a little break.
Maybe. Don't jump. Don't jump. Come on, baby. Come on, I just need you so bad right now. Dogging, son. He's doing a quiver, though, you know?
That big one I did quiver.
Did it quiver? He looks big from out there. He's bigger than what I got in the live well, I know that. Oh, yeah, he's big. Now we're getting somewhere. Fish like an idiot for half the day. Like an idiot. Make sure I don't have 5 in there. And how many I got. 1, 2, 3. There's 5 in there.
That's right off the side of Matt Robertson. Yep.
I can throw my Carolina rig over them hills. Did you?
I've run 60 here. I've been running 61 just to save gas.
Huh? Do you mind if I hit your stick hole? Sure. Do you mind if I hit your stick hole?
The one where I caught that one yesterday.
I don't know where that one is. Yesterday.
Come on, one more. Coming with damn 4 fish. Right?
Rock.
Robertson with his best one of the day to round out a limit right there. Set fighter been side by side for all day.
Well, we now look at it though. Looking at this leaderboard, the only person we don't know anything about is Patrick Walters, but that would need to be a 20-pound bag for him to make some ruckus at the top of the leaderboard. Felix has done his job.
Anything's possible. Anything is possible. Austin Felix on top, having a good last half hour for sure. 2 3¼ pounders.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Minn-Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
10 anglers left championship Sunday on the biggest man-made lake in America, on the longest river in America, the Missouri River. This is the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe in South Dakota. Moorebridge, South Dakota, at the upper end of the South Dakota stretch of Lake Oahe is our host city, fantastic host city. Lots of charm, lots of obvious natural beauty. Well, a lot of natural talent and good, smart thinking on display on top of our leaderboard right now as we take a look at the man there, Austin Felix from the Twin Cities area, neighboring Minnesota, who has really hung in there hard. Started the day with the lead, got knocked out of that lead. He's crawled back in there, and he continues to put good ones in the boat.
Before we get too deep into this one-on-one battle at the end of the day, I wanted to give a shout out to the rest of the JM crew and the Bassmaster staff on putting this tournament together. People probably never thought you could pull off a live tournament in Moorebridge, South Dakota, with just how desolate service can be. You know, we're having, it's been...
It was a concern.
It's been pretty dang solid this week watching these anglers out there and be able to hear and see and really see the action.
Agree with that.
Also, to go to a town that has a population of 3,000 people and to have that many people basically show up to weigh in every day and really come out to support the tournament is very cool to see a small community get the opportunity to host a Bassmaster Elite Series event.
Hear, hear.
This is on one of the short lists for us, Tommy. I asked you during a commercial break, what's a place that we've seen on Bassmaster Live that you haven't been able to go to in person? And you had mentioned the likes of Havasu and Mille Lacs and Oahe, and those were, I've been to Mille Lacs, but those other two are definitely very cool places in the world that aren't like anywhere else.
The only time I've been to Mille Lacs, it was frozen. So.
Well, so far today, Austin Felix definitely fighting off some monsters. Chris Johnston on your right-hand side of your screen, and he really did it by holding back in an area that we saw him late yesterday afternoon, starting this morning in the same exact spot where he caught that big bag with Lee Livesey on Friday, did a lot of his damage there yesterday morning. And really, you kind of listened to that game plan late yesterday afternoon, Tommy, when he said, well, it looks like there's a potential chance that I'm going to be able to have this starting spot to myself on Championship Sunday, getting it done, catching just a nice solid 11 to call it maybe 12-pound limit, but making that move, making the move just south of the 212 bridge in that area that we have seen late every day of this tournament for bigger calls for Austin Felix. The VMC on point, holding that spot, that late day call area for fish just like that. Your VMC on point, Austin Felix, and he has been on point all day long today.
See, let me ask a question that you asked me earlier today. Give us a winning weight for La Crosse, Wisconsin, the upper Mississippi.
Tommy, I am going to go below 60 pounds.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Why?
I'm going to go.
Why?
Low water and it's off. That's it.
Well, I mean, I talked to one of the guys last week, and that's what he had expected when he saw the dates of the schedule. But even with the low water that they've had some flow at least. Like they've had some water moving.
Yeah, but
yeah.
You know what's weird is, and I talked to people that know that stretch pretty darn good. I mean, they live there. It's a crazy numbers place, but a little bit of the quality the last couple years has been off compared to tournaments past that we have covered there. Even a lot of frog tournaments we've had where you see a lot of 14 to 16 pound bags. I'm not too sure we're gonna see that this time around. I think 14 pounds a day is going to be exceptionally good.
Yeah, 2018.
And hard to do.
I like that reasoning.
Sorry, Suchi, go ahead.
Even if you don't need approval, even if you don't need my approval, I like that reasoning, and I can understand that. And we're splitting hairs there, 15 to 16 pounds a day versus 14 to 15 pounds a day is, it sounds like it's way worse, but it's really just a little minuscule, amount.
Look, it's going to be one of those tournaments. Every time that we've been there, it's so hard. You guys know this. We've covered so many events out of La Crosse. It's so hard to get above. There's a mile of difference between a 2 3/4 and a 3 1/4 pound fish there. There just is. And I think it's going to be a lot harder this time around.
Yeah, as we were talking about yesterday, those underhang places, just around the corner from the takeoff, that we saw some really good fish caught last time we were there.
Yes.
May not be available. So.
Don't jump.
Well,
big one. David Fritz. Swear. God, from under the boat. Come on, baby. Come. looks a little chunky to be thrown back. That looks smaller for sure. We'll call it good. Okay.
That's a weird way of calling right there, Tommy. I'm not going to lie, bud.
That's a, yeah, that's a.
And that still might be the most normal thing we've seen in the boat today from him.
You know, that's a good point.
That's, yeah. Imagine the things we don't see.
No, oof.
No.
Oof.
Exactly. Z, next week will also be important with a little bit of low water there. Classic spots on the line. Falcon Rod's Rookie of the Year, Progressive Angler of the Year. The opportunity to get locked out or sandbarred is in play for people who are trying to play it safe or are trying to go for it. So we may see some flares for the dramatics as well, because that's a huge pools 7, 8, and 9 on the Mississippi River are huge for barge traffic and shipping ways and stuff.
And remember to stay out of Minnesota.
Yeah, well, I think we.
We got a release on that now?
Yes, last
Okay,
time
all right,
they got those laws changed. I think they were fans of BP and thought that was outdated, so they fixed it.
Definitely not many like last time.
I think it's fixed. It was fixed when I was there the last time.
You can call it Minnesota.
Joke. Yes.
Okay.
I do believe so. But all rules.
Jay Shakira told me he may more than likely play it safe and not lock if his Rookie of the Year points are in play, and he thinks he can do enough without locking and risking it.
I think a lot of the little.
Yeah, these are swimming all over the place.
All right, we're out of here.
Corey's boat. Nah, it's our camera guy.
I'm still sitting here like a kid on Christmas Eve wondering what's in the packages. I still want to know what Patrick Walters has, but he has been.
Haven't you heard from him by now this time?
Are you nothing yet, Ronnie?
Normally, I know.
I mean, it's whatever.
But like we always say, if you're going to be the leader, you want to force the person to either catch the biggest bag of the tournament or their biggest bag of the week. And Austin Felix would basically be forcing Patrick Walters to catch his biggest bag of the week, which is he's one of the 6 20-pound bags this week, but he'd have to do it bigger than that.
That's how far he is back on Bass Track. 20 pounds,
with
5
0.
ounces right now.
Yes.
0.
That's why I said that.
And what does Walters have? 20 pounds, 5 ounces exactly.
That's crazy.
I see that.
That's crazy.
I see what you did there.
That's a lot goes into this.
Matt Robertson's making some money back up, climbing from down in the teen payouts to the big
Seth hooked up right now.
Numbers.
I cannot even keep up to him. He's not big at all. He's tiny. Dang it. Yeah. Hey, don't say that till he's in a boat, bud.
the limit.
Damn. Finally. Oh, 14 inches of beauty. That is 5.
Right near tying Robertson, his 5th fish.
I guess he was I thought he was running at me. I guess he was just tiny. That's the smallest one I've caught on the rig.
Seth Fighter still there in 6th place. Almost 10 pounds behind our leader, Austin Felix, as it stands right now.
I'll say you called it, Zeke, Tommy. You guys said that at the end of the week there would probably be a blowout or runaway, and it's slight, but compared to the top 3, it is getting a bigger gap.
Chris Johnston.
Kind of blowout.
Got some ground to make up for sure, especially so for Taku Ito, Mark Frazier, and Matt Robertson, who just put a good one in the boat right there. We got about an hour and 20 minutes max for most of our field here to fish, and we'll be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
We started 4 days ago with 90 anglers. We are down to 10 for Championship Sunday today, and most of these 10 are, if not already, about to roll into their final hour of fishing time here on Lake Oahe. Austin Felix, the man on top with the lead, started the day with the lead. It's been some ups and downs, some back and forth, especially with himself and Chris Johnston. But right now, let's go to the 3rd place angler, Taku Ito.
Okay. Today's big one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Hopefully bass. Oh, yeah. 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 Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Nice. If smallmouth bass, giant. But I don't know, too much power. Bunch of carp. Oh yes, smallmouth bass. Oh yes, 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 yes. Oh yes, 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 yes. Big one, big one, big one, big one. Okay. Oh no, no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no. Oh no. It's a good one. It's a good one. Oh, it's a good one. Why? Why so you don't like me? Taku is a good guy. Come on. Come on. Taku He's very kind people. Many smallmouth love taku, right? Why you don't like it? Yes, sir. Got it. Got it. Sorry. It's a giant. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, Taku is very kind. Hoo. Ooh. Wow. Yes. Oh yeah. It's good one. Oh yes.
Well done.
Oh yeah. Very, very hard. So genius bass.
Is it by itself?
What do you mean?
That fish alone?
Oh yeah, two. Same size as the two. Two same size I found it. But very, very smart this fish. Hard to get them bite.
Very nice. Great catch for Taku Ito right there. Big upgrade for him. Moves him up closer to our two leaders. Right now, let's bring in our friend Dave Mercer, our colleague here. David, we've really been enjoying watching what we saw with Taku. And of course, this great battle between Austin Felix and Chris Johnston. Through the years, you've done a great job of sizing up Chris Johnston for us, getting us to know him better. I want you to get your take on Austin Felix. I want you to talk about what you're impressed most by this young man.
Austin Felix is honestly one of my favorite guys on tour. He really is. He is he's a little different, and he'll tell you he's a little different. You know, he's kind of socially awkward in times, and he kind of proudly of that, and that's what made him the sleepy assassin. But man, if you watch him and you watch his ability when we get to these fisheries, I mean, no matter where we go, but when we get up north, Austin Felix is a bona fide smallmouth assassin. And that's the coolest thing about our top 10 today, if you ask me. You look at all the names there: Seth Fighter, Austin Felix, Takumi Ito, Chris Johnston, all smallmouth specialists, you know, the best. And that's really what we want, guys. Every single week, you know, anglers say they want one thing: I just want to go into Sunday and I just want a chance. And I just want to go into Sunday and I just want a chance that you guys don't spoil all the drama. And that's exactly what we're going to have here. It has been a heavyweight battle watching them go back and forth. And man, we've seen so many big key calls in the afternoon that happened. You know, a big part of Austin Felix's bag came yesterday afternoon. So, Austin Felix, this is set up as the perfect storm, if you ask me, for a great weigh-in. It's going to be exciting. But Austin Felix, don't take his quietness. Don't take his meekness at times. I mean, he followed this morning at our takeoff interviews. I interviewed Matt Robertson, and then I interviewed Austin. And Austin just, like, quickly said, I don't know that I can follow that. And he's kind of, you know, didn't put any energy into it, but that's who he is, man. And that's what you want people to be. But I'm going to tell you, don't take that meekness and that shyness for weakness. He is a definite smallmouth assassin and one of the best on tour.
Dave, one of the things coming into this tournament, really a couple hours in, we were talking with Ronnie Such and Tommy in studio, and you had a feeling as squirrely as the smallmouth were acting throughout practice, throughout the first day of the tournament, combined with the weather. I made the comment to Tommy, I said, listen, to sustain 4 days, one of the specialists, one of the Takus, one of the Johnstons, Seth, is gonna win this tournament. And it's obvious one of those guys is Austin Felix. Granted, he doesn't have a victory under his belt, but he's always consistent in a smallmouth tournament. Not only that, to potentially win this tournament on smallmouth with a lot of adverse conditions, To do that against one of the best smallmouth fishermen, I don't care what anybody says, ever, Chris Johnston, it's almost like it makes it a little bit that much sweeter. Kind of, yeah.
I totally agree, and I think Austin would too. I mean, Austin self-admittedly said, I've always looked at it, he's always looked at himself as one of those guys who's consistent, who tries to qualify for classics and that sort of thing, but he's not really the guy who's a home run hitter is the exact term that he used. But if you watch the weigh-in a few times, I mean, even when Austin took the lead, he turned, he said, well, I know who's coming next. So the entire tour respects what Chris Johnston can do. And, man, if you're going to win, you want to take out the champ. I mean, you don't want to and that's the thing that stands out to me here this week, Z. You go somewhere so different. You go somewhere that has changed so much, but the cream rises to the crop. You would have expected if there was ever going to be a top 10 that you would see a lot of those smallmouth guys kind of maybe fall off a little bit because people are catching them on all sorts of different types of approaches. The Carolina rig has been the biggest player in this tournament. But still, the cream rises to the top. Still those same names that you would expect to see, whether we're on Thousand Islands, Lake St. Clair, any of the smallmouth factories. I mean, they showed up here this week. But if you're going to take the title, you want to knock the champion out. And the champion for smallmouth bass, if you ask me, worldwide, and I don't care where you're talking about, is Chris Johnston. So if Austin Felix is able to take him out, I imagine it will be, so sweet.
Yeah, I don't think Corey's going to agree with that. But, Dave, one more question. I got to watch the weigh-in, a very special weigh-in, when you announced Jay Shakurat, and you call Austin Felix the sleepy assassin. I watched Jay Shakurat catch over 100 pounds and win his first tournament. Who is more sleepy? Is it Austin Felix or is it Jay Shakurat? Sorry.
I'm going all in with Austin, to be honest. I mean, you look at Jay Shakurat, I mean, he is a flatliner. Like, it's like there's nothing, but he's always kind of awake. But Austin is semi-asleep a lot of times. When you talk to him, I mean, he's just very chill. And we talk all the time about how important it is to be that chill person and how it is to keep your emotions low. So whether you are a flatliner like Jay Shakurat, I mean, he's awake and smiling, just doesn't – you don't know whether he's upset or happy. I mean, it's the same look all the time. With Austin, I mean, he's pretty sleepy. I mean, and he lives up to his name proudly.
Dave, thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead.
Was your text being honest, Dave, when Jay Shakurat won? Did he actually win, hold the trophy, and then take a nap behind the stage? Seriously.
I did. A quick one. Just a quick one. A power nap. He's a big power napper. So, I mean, dude, that's the world. Like, I mean, go hang out with any teenager nowadays. The world is getting sleepier and sleepier, and we have a young field, and the sleepiness works. So I'm going to have to try wake up Austin if he wins this. But I feel that he will harness the moment, and I'm going to call it right now. The sleepy assassin will out-celebrate Jay Shakurat on the stage today if he wins. And that's a challenge to Jay Shakurat to bring it next week in La Crosse, Wisconsin.
There you go. Dave, thank you so much. Happy that we couldn't spoil the weigh-in for you today. We'll try to keep doing more of that for the great Dave Mercer, who'll be hosting the weigh-in starting at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, right there from Mobridge, South Dakota. Right there at the statue.
Yeah,
the walleye statue.
Great crowd there yesterday.
Man, wasn't that great?
Great crowd.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Been a little bit of a tough day for Brian New today, but all around a great tournament for Brian New. And a crack in the code on the smallies. A little help from Austin Felix before this tournament began.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Gerald. I got a limit. God dang it.
What a good move.
A great household this week for Brian New and his roommates. Austin Felix in first, Brian New unofficially in 9th or 8th place, around there. Jake Whitaker finished 11th, and Brian Schmidt finished 20th. So 4 top 20s from that household this week.
Got him a limit, feeling better about it now, Brian New. Gonna take you back over to Austin Felix, of course, man on top. Our leader.
Swear it's swimming away. There it is again. Got him that time. There you go, Psycho! Yep. Stop it. Don't do that. Get in here. Calm down.
About to get rid of a 2 1/4.
Golly. I don't know if he's gonna help or not.
Most likely, maybe.
I think he will. Come on, be a 3-pounder. My small one right now is 2.5. Shoot around. 2 3/4. Whoops, I did that wrong. Have to put blue on this one. Clip that. Good boy.
1/4 pound, thereabouts.
Probably something like that, probably, yeah.
Well, he does not quit. Absolutely, Austin Felix. He's a man on a mission. I think we can safely say that. Came out here to win this thing.
It's amazing to see the consistency we normally have in an Elite Series winner through 4 days. You know, they kind of midline around a certain weight. This week with him having 14, 23, 18, and now around 16 pounds, it's incredible.
Good stuff. Austin Felix with the lead. Chris Johnston, he's got the weight on his shoulders right now. It's on him to change his destiny. Taku Ito, Mark Frazier, Matt Robertson, and all the rest. Congrats to all the 10 who have made it to this day. We'll be back. We got some more fishing left in our live presentation.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Getting into the short end of the fishing day here on Lake Oahe, South Dakota Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. This is Championship Sunday. We're not too far away from crowning a champion at this event, which has been all kinds of ups and downs for these anglers during the course of the day.
It's been spicy all week long.
Feisty. It's been a feisty lake for sure.
You've been wanting to know a little bit about the unknown today. We've kind of seen everybody and gotten updates, but Patrick Walters out of service, 26, no, I'm just kidding.
No.
13 pounds and a change. He's moved into the top 5, but he's still about 7 pounds and change back from the lead. And I'm assuming he's on his way back since he is the farthest away. Him and Cody Huff are making a long run compared to everybody else.
Some people might be tuning in late in the show today and want to know what's happening. Oh, hold on. We'll get to that in a minute.
Please be big.
another 2 3/4. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check quick. I don't think he's gonna help. There ain't no way, is there? Nope. It's barely 2 pounds.
What we haven't mentioned for a good long while here, for hours and hours, is something of interest to bass fishing fans, the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race, which we had Brandon Polnick coming in here with a 41-point advantage over the rest of the field. Why don't you give us the quick snapshot of that?
Yeah, there were some people were asking online how the points are even formulated. You get 100 points for first, and the minimum you get if you weigh in a fish this week is 90th place, which is 10 points. And so there's a kind of a 90-point gap there that you can be able to make up on someone. Well, today and this week, Chris Johnston has made a big move from 7th in Angler of the Year and cut Brandon Polnick's lead in half to what it was over him, which was 110 points. But the other moves with Mullins and John Cox in 2nd and 3rd in points, both slipping back and missing the cut as well with Brandon Polnick. It has opened the door for Brandon Lester, who is now 2nd place and will leave this event in 2nd place, about 37 points behind, which I said this past week, not that I think that Brandon Polnick's going to struggle, but I said if you want a shot at winning AOI, you need to be within less than 40 points to allow for Polnick to have a middle-of-a-road finish, you know, a top 50, but you still have a shot to win, and that's what Lester will have a chance to do that next week.
Right. Still a shot.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Tommy, we talk about Austin Felix real quick, Marathon Peak Performance. A lot of the footage that you're looking at looks eerily similar to yesterday with Austin Felix because he has had big afternoons. And I want to talk about Austin Felix real quick. He had a lot of trash done talked at him this morning before our blast off at takeoff there in Mobridge, South Dakota. And the one thing you could say about Austin Felix, there is a reason back in the first term of the year that I said to Such, I said, this dude's going to win Angler of the Year. That did obviously has not happened. Struggled kind of midway through the season. Kept the wheels on in a very, very big way. If you really watched not only this tournament, watch this final day. I mean, the weight of the world was on his shoulders at about 10 or 11 o'clock. And that's when he started making big moves out on Oahe. Your Marathon Peak Performance, I'm going to say it again, man. That dude is a hammer. A big congrats. Unofficially, a big congrats to Austin Felix. Marathon Peak Performance. Big afternoon, Tommy Sanders.
Yes.
Never spun out. The dude never.
No, never did. No.
Kept his clothes on, kept his composure.
Yeah.
Never spun out.
Can I ask you about his demeanor being that calm?
Please be back.
Another one.
Stay in this home.
Stand by, Such, just watch his fish catch. Such, what was that? Go ahead again.
His even demeanor has really helped him on a stressful day like this.
I can't. I don't.
Z, that's
it's the
because,
perfect way to end.
Yeah.
It's the perfect way to end. It really is.
Because he's, you know, you have to have power to hear. We're working on that. But Such's question, I think I've got it, asked about Austin's demeanor allows him in these hectic moments to stay calm, that he is an even keel guy and doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low.
Yeah, but he's not been in. Look, he was in the gauntlet today, man. You heard, you got people slinging stuff at you in the morning, and you're looking across at some smallmouth hammers. You know, he's not been in this position, and obviously that demeanor helped him out because he never cracked at all today. No. There was he never wavered from a game plan. Solid.
And I loved it. I mentioned it like an hour or two ago. I loved his game plan that he said, I know I ended the day with a couple key calls on this one spot, But I'm not going to just go rush off to there at the beginning of the day. I think it is a timing deal in the afternoon. I'm going to save it to the end of the day.
Ronnie, it's pretty easy to start on an area you caught 23 and change on the second day.
Yes, but that was not what have you done for me lately. That was what have you done for me 2 days ago. And so it's easy we've seen it before. We've seen anglers who have ended a day strong go into the next morning and I'm going to go right to that spot and I'm going to keep catching them. And then it's, and it's dead. They just, and then you lose confidence in it. But yeah, I mean, he's the leader for a reason, right? Yeah.
I think that also, and he had that, you could tell yesterday afternoon when he had a pretty good vibe that he was going to have that morning spot to himself. His game plan was already pretty much written the end of the semifinal Saturday.
Not seeing many bass. Throwing at everything, but I don't know if I've really seen any bass here, but decided to come back, give it one more try where I caught them this morning, and almost all my big fish have come off this area this week. But it has not been good in the afternoon. Hoping it'll give me one more. But come on. Need to feel one pick it up. We're about to give this about 2 or 3 more minutes, and then we'll probably go fish some new water on the way back. Only got about 20 minutes of fishing time left.
Looking at the 2 box of Chris Johnston and Brian New, what we may not have seen from Brian New. Went through a flurry just a couple minutes ago to kind of turn his day around. He had been a little bit slow this morning, but he really didn't have much to lose this morning, Z, starting the day in 9th place. It was really just up from here. Anything today was a bonus.
Really just kind of fished under the radar all week. Wow, that is as close to the bank as we have seen anybody, except for John Cox, the first cast of the tournament, all week long.
Brian New treating this like a Lake Wiley, actually fishing the point, touching the land.
Right, the actual point.
Yeah, the actual.
BLD, BLD.
Couple good ones right there for Brian New.
When you see a bait caster, you assume that it's a Carolina rig like everybody else, but
it's a jig.
Him saying BLD was it's his bad little dude jig.
No swindle set on stage with Mercer yesterday. A lot of his fish came on a jig this week.
We really didn't have as much variety in baits as we expected it, unless you went shallow.
I've been sucking really hard all day long. Doing my thing, doing what I did all week, just hopscotching point to point, scoping, and, I caught 3 12-inchers and 1 halfway decent one. And, man, I went hours without having anything. I mean, all day you'd see one, and they wouldn't even react to it, or they would come up to it and follow it down. And even the ones that bulldogged up there and ran up there wouldn't even bite it. And I knew real early that it wasn't going to be good. And it wasn't, and I just really, I didn't have anything else. So I really kept pushing it and, you know, finally decided, you know, there's been an awful lot of smallmouth weighed in this week and released right up here. So what the heck? I mean, I'm going to die with what I'm doing. I might as well do something different and either die or not. And I might still die, but I'm not going to die as painfully. You know, this was really probably the biggest percentage decision that I could make, and it's paid off. I mean, I've caught 3 decent ones and lost, you know, one between three and a half. I don't think it was 4, but just pulled up here, and I mean, I'm just dragging a greenfish, bad little dude jig, putting a little bait fuel on it, and I got me some 14-pound shooter on here, so I don't have to really worry about it too much now like I have all week with that 8 and 10 pound. And yeah, these smallmouth, they fight, and they're a son of a gun to land when you're trying to scoop them or grab them. And oh man, but that's why I designed this jig, though. It gets bites when nothing else does. And I mean, if you're just, it's not going to get a bite every day, every minute, but in the right place, when they'll not bite anything else, they'll bite this jig. Good landing ratio. You can fish it pretty fast, fish it pretty deep, fish it shallow, skip docks, brush, it don't matter. It's like a do-all finesse jig. Not finesse, finesse-y.
Well, we're going to let Brian New have the last word here on our broadcast today. His will not be the winning effort. Congrats, though, to Brian for having a great smallmouth outing up here at a place that's extremely challenging, Lake Oahe. And it's not done yet. Oh, yes, there's a little more fishing time for some of our guys out there, that is for sure. They all got to get back to Mobridge, South Dakota, where the weigh-in will start at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com. Austin Felix going to be the man in the hot seat for sure. See if he can withstand the flames and all the fire and smoke.
Amen to that, Tommy Sanders. Big hats off to Austin Felix trying to wrap up his first victory in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Big hats off to the whole crew, all the anglers out there, all the cameramen and women. Tommy, can I come down to the studio for the final inning of this season next week and hang with you?
We would welcome you with open arms, of course. See? Of course. That's going to be a big time.
Stakes all around.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're going to send this season off with a bang. Starting next Friday. We will see you with Bassmaster Live, coming to you from the upper Mississippi River, La Crosse, Wisconsin. The weigh-in coming up at 4 o'clock right here on Bassmaster.com. Thank you for being with us today, and we will see you down the road.
A little better. Maybe 2 1/4. Yes, and